right, what is up, YouTube? Hello, everybody, hello. Sorry, well, actually, I'm like 10 minutes early. I have the YouTube stream scheduled for 3:45, but I was actually going to go live a couple minutes ago, but one of my amazing moderators DoorDashed me some Starbucks. Hey, thank you. Dang, Kaya coming in with the 5 gifted subs. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. Greatly appreciate that. We got subs going out to Masani, Delia's, Cozy Coven, Pata, Deb, and Joyce. Very nice, very nice. Blackheart says, is there an update tomorrow? Perhaps. Yes. Yeah, Hercules update dropping tomorrow. Give me one moment here. I'm just gonna... So good. My favorite. All right, let me text Jordan and let her know there's a treat in the fridge from you, Ashley. Thank you for sending both me and Jordan a little treat. That's very kind. There's... Yo, Jovi! Jovi coming in with the $10 dono here. Dang, we had Kaya
22 months anniversary today.
Whoa!
You've been stuck with me almost 2 years. Miss you, friend.
Dang. Yeah, you're 2 months away from that big 2-year milestone with the support. Thank you, Jovi. Thank you. Also, thank you so much for the dono, my friend. That is very kind of you. Very kind of you. Oh, no. Where's my goal? What the heck? Oh. That's my fault. Yeah. That's my fault. I just didn't have it turned on. So we're at 17 already. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. All right. Quick update here. Quick update. So we're going to try to have pretty good pace today. Because, you know, the sooner I can go to bed, the earlier I can get up tomorrow in preparation of our update day stream. So just so you guys know, every update I go live the moment the update releases. I think this might be... Will this be our first update day stream on YouTube? It might be. Because I've only been streaming on YouTube for a little while. I can't remember if we were doing the YouTube stream when Pocahontas came out. I don't think we were. It feels like I've been going live on YouTube for a while, but really it's only been a few weeks. Okay. Willa said I was up all night again. Yeah, I stayed up pretty late last night as well because I wanted to finish my submission. A lot of times I finish it on Tuesday, but since I got to get up early tomorrow, because, you know, if I'm going to go live at like 8:45 or 9 a.m., I need to be awake for at least 2 hours before I go live. Otherwise, I'm going to be kind of out of it. I'm going to be groggy. I like to have good energy when I come into the stream. So, hey, we got a little hype train as well. Let's go, let's go. So yeah, usually for the update days, I try to get up a couple of hours before I go live. That way I can have breakfast. I can, you know, drink a good bit of water, get my heart rate up, you know, a little bit of cardio, and then I can start setting up for the stream. So I got to make sure I'm up bright and early tomorrow so we can go live and enjoy the update. Jovi said, I've been MIA, but always lurking. Life is busy, my friend. Life is busy. You know. But you're always around. You know, you drop in when you can. That's what counts. That's what counts. Lucky for you, we don't even take attendance here. So, there's a special treat in the fridge for you from Ashley. Here we go. I'll let Jordan know. Yo, Cambria, thank you for the 100 bits. Scuttle, thank you for the 100 bits as well. All right. So, and thank you again for the hype training, guys. Greatly appreciate that. Yeah, Dekai, I just heard about the Pride Code. Alex told me on YouTube. They said there's going to be a really nice little, there's flowers and like a tiara or something. Let me see. Yeah, beautiful new flowers and a butterfly tiara. Sounds awesome. Sounds awesome. Looks like you did go live on YouTube for Pocahontas. Okay. So this will be our second. Yeah, I think we might have started doing the YouTube streams like right before the Pocahontas update. I think it might be when we started going live on both. All right. So, let's get into everything here. If you guys were trying to submit your Dream Snaps last night, you might be aware that the Dreamsnap servers were down. So I had to save mine to my gallery and then submit it today. But everything is fine. Last night you could not vote and you could not submit your snaps. I actually looked on Reddit and a bunch of people were getting Dreamsnap error number 13, which is a server-side communication error, but it's all fixed now. Everything seems to be good to go. So if you haven't submitted your snap yet, everything seems to be working as intended today. Now, in today's stream, thankfully yesterday we got most of our reviews out of the way, at least first-time reviews. So when we do these reviews throughout the week, Friday and Monday, we do what's called primary reviews. These are the first reviews you receive. And if you end up deciding to incorporate some of the things we talk about, then you're entitled to a secondary review. For secondary reviews, you have to share your old snap and your new snap. That way we can kind of cross-compare. And at the end of the day, we want to see if you agree that, or that we both agree that the new snap is what we can consider a more competitive or better option. And then you can go with that one. At the end of the day, it's always your choice. It's your snap. And sometimes snaps are already really good and might not need a change. But we can always talk about, like what if we tried a different outfit and compared the two? What if we tried additional villagers? There's always some fun things you can do. And then if you don't like it, then you can just stick with the old one. And if you do like it, you can go with a new one. And occasionally, sometimes the advice we give, we might not be on the same page about how to incorporate that. And sometimes the first snap might be the better option, the first one we reviewed. So, if you're ever going to do a secondary review, just make sure you always keep your initial snap saved to your gallery. That way you can always fall back on it as an option. So we have a few primary reviews that didn't get in yesterday. They submitted these reviews. I think, yeah, these were all submitted after the stream yesterday. Now, Cleric, I see you here, submitted 18 minutes ago. Just FYI, the deadline for all submissions is 3 p.m. before the stream. So check the Dreamsnap rules, you guys. It breaks everything down here. This way, because when I'm setting up for my stream, after 3, I will go into the Discord and I'll take a note of how many snaps I have to review so I know how much, what kind of pace I need to keep. So if you upload after that, you actually miss the deadline. But don't worry. Yeah, I think that's the first time you've done that. So, just, I'll get you in today. But everybody, just please keep in mind, if you want to participate in the reviews, just make sure you read all the rules here. And the first rule kind of goes over submission times. So primary review submissions must be uploaded to the primary review forum. To receive a guaranteed review on Monday, submissions must be uploaded before 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Dream Snaps uploaded after 3 p.m. on Monday will be reviewed the following day on Tuesday. The cutoff time for all reviews, both primary and secondary, is 3 p.m. EST Tuesday. So if you don't upload by 3 p.m. EST on Tuesday, then, we might not be able to get you in. Now, if there was something that came up, like life is busy, you had the kids running around going crazy, or you got called into work, you can always let me know in the chat, and I can see if I can squeeze you in. But if you don't upload by 3 p.m., you'll have to get, permission from either me or the mods to upload following that. But yeah, what I might have to do is maybe after 3, I'm just going to start locking the channels. That way, there won't be any more uploads coming in. But yeah, I got you this week, Clear. Don't worry. So yeah, the deadline on these. Ooh, Ashley, you were 5 minutes late. Ashley, too. My head moderator? Oh, my goodness. Well, you were ordering me Starbucks, so I think I can turn a blind eye this time. Okay, so we only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 primary reviews that we didn't get yesterday. And then after those are done, we're going to be doing secondary reviews, and we have quite a few. We'll be comparing your new snap and your old snap and seeing how everything turned out. Before we begin with the reviews, I'm going to do the same spiel I do with every single one of these review streams. So if you've never been here before, or if you're tuning into the VOD and you're watching this back and it's the first one you've caught, let me give you a quick breakdown of how all this works. The advice I'm providing is not rooted in what I like. It's not rooted in my preferences. It's rooted in what we see doing well with voters week after week after week after week. So there's a handful of people, even within this community, that have been getting 4K consistently for 6 months to a year. You know, like Beyblade right now is on over a 6-month long streak. Mama Dukes is on a very long streak. There's a lot of people here that consistently do very well. And that's because they've really grown to understand what resonates with voters. And we can look at that. This is a quantifiable thing. Every week, once a challenge ends, I share my Dreamsnap on socials. On Wednesday, once voting is closed, I'll post my Dreamsnap on socials for the first time. And on Facebook, I ask everyone who follows me to also feel free to share their submissions and their results. And I get hundreds of comments, and everyone says, this got 4K, this got 25, this got 15. And every week, I really look at it, and I really think about what I'm seeing. And I've been doing that for years. And we also have Discord. You know, a lot of people share their results in Discord. So I've had a pretty big data pool to pull from to see what tends to resonate well with voters on average. Now, some challenges are a bit more technical and a bit different, you know. On average, most challenges allow you to have a pretty bright, sunny kind of feel, and, you know, and some challenges are going to have to be nighttime. Some challenges will need to be indoors. Some challenges will need to be outdoors. You know, it just depends on the theme. So some of these things can fluctuate, and there's always exceptions to the way you can, you know, look at what voters tend to prefer. So when it comes to my advice, again, it's not about my, you know, personal preference. It's about what we see performing well on average. And I think that's a very important distinction to make. Now, the next thing I need to mention is that people are submitting their dream snaps to these streams because they want to be critiqued. They want to hear an outside perspective. They want to hear my thoughts. And it's optional whether or not they take those ideas. You know, at the end of the day, it's your snap. That's why when people say, oh my God, Senpai, thank you so much. You know, you're the reason I got 4K for 2 weeks in a row. Not really. You know, I can't take that much credit. You're the one that put the snap together. You're the one that come up, you know, that designed everything. You might have gotten some inspiration or ideas from me, but, you know, that's like 95% you, maybe 5% me, maybe 1% me. But you guys get most of the credit when your snaps do good, not me. So at the end of the day, these are your snaps, and it is your choice how you decide to end up approaching it. But I am thankful that a lot of people tend to enjoy my perspective when it comes to snaps. I've participated in every snap challenge there's ever been. I've got a wonderful track record when it comes to performance within snaps. And I just love them. I love Dream Snap challenges. So a lot of the things we look for during these review streams are theme relevancy. And one of the best ways to be competitive with snaps is to not only do the theme, but go out of your way to make the theme incredibly clear. That way, even if you get the pickiest of voters, there's no way they can say you're not on theme, you know? And then also, you want to try to design your snap in a way to be competitive because there are some very talented players out there. Since the way Dreamsnap results work is it all comes down to your 1v1 matchups, designing your snap in a way to be competitive gives you a better chance at winning those matchups. And even if you don't win the matchups, if you design your snap in a competitive way, the voter has to at least think about it. Now, keep in mind, if your snap gets 1,200, 1,500, 2,500, that never means people didn't like it. I can't tell you how many times I've had 2 snaps pop up, and I really loved both of them, but I could only pick one of them. So don't ever beat yourself up and say, well, I guess voters just didn't like it. That's not necessarily the case. You know, it could just be that you popped up against some really incredible snaps, and they might have had to think about it for a hot minute, but they ended up choosing your opponent a few times, and that doesn't mean you didn't have a good snap. You know, if you'd have popped up against other things, you likely would have been in 4K. So all of that stuff is relevant and important to these reviews. But yeah, at the end of the day, I just want to make sure everybody has a fair understanding of how all of this works, where my advice is coming from, and why I advise the things I do when it comes to Dream Snaps. With that out of the way, let's go ahead and get started. First up, we got a few primary reviews. You guys have not had your first review yet, so we're going to get you guys out of the way first. Clinksy is up. Inspo came from your weekly video and wanted to try to make my own version. Thank you for all the feedback. Oh, nice, Clinksy. I love the outfit, first of all. Very nice, very nice. Okay. Great foreground elements. Love the candles here. And you filled out the bottom left corner and the bottom right-hand corner very well. I like the little acorns. Great pose here, reaching for the books. Nice little open book in front of you. You got some fireflies right here and a little bit more in the corner. Love the colors. Lots of trees. This really feels like a forest. And I love how well you've defined your little nook here. You do have Belle here reading a book, which is fantastic. Little owl flying by here as well. Lots of good strengths here. So I think this, you know, this communicates the theme very well. Very clearly a forested book nook. Now, if you were looking for ways to make this even more competitive, there's some pretty fun things you can do here. You're already including Belle. You don't have a ton of space, but, you know, if you wanted to attach the little footstool dog to Belle, if you have it, you can have that kind of walking around on the path here. And in my snap, I ended up bringing in Cogsworth, and I had him kind of over here. Not saying you have to do that, but Lumiere and Cogsworth are very fun for this too, especially if you're doing these bind builds, because their colors work very good here. It's kind of tricky because if they're all inside the house, you're not going to be able to get them all out. But, you know, having like Cogsworth or Lumiere, you know, somewhere in this little small nook area could be fun, but you'd probably have to like swap out the snippet here for one of them if you did want to add them, because there's not a ton of places they could be. And the other thing I would mention here is it might be nice to consider a tiny bit of a heavier firefly presence. Now, I don't mean you have to go absolutely bonkers where the entire top of your scene is just, you know, like a giant dance party with like pumping lights. But right here where you have the darkest color, this very dark red here, the fireflies would look really good overlaid with these darker patches. So you have fireflies over here where it's nice and bright. If we had a couple little firefly patches right here where we have this beautiful deep red, they would stand out really well. And I think they could go quite nicely in that zone there. Overall, I think great outfit design, great pose. You know, you did bring in Belle. If you wanted to, you know, take it a step further, you could bring in Lumiere or Cogsworth. You know, I think Merlin is really good. He's, you know, very different, but he does live in a library. But there's all kinds of little things you can do with some added villagers. But if you don't make any changes to this, it still has, I think, a great shot at 4K. It communicates the theme very well. You got great lighting, well-crafted scene. So good job, Clinksy. Good job. Love the snap. Samantha Nation said, thank you for your work helping us with snaps. Always helpful. Love learning the new techniques since I'm newer at snaps. And actually trying, you've helped me so much with that. Nice. Thank you, my friend. Very happy to hear that. Very happy to hear that. Alrighty. Oh, and one last thing I forgot to mention when I was giving the spiel of how these work. Just so you guys are aware, whether you're watching on Twitch or you're watching on Facebook, since we have so many snaps to review, I will not always have chat open while I'm doing the reviews. I always feel bad about that if somebody new comes in and says, hey, Senpai, first time I've caught a stream, and I don't even see the comment. But with the number of snaps we review increasing with each passing week, there's just so many snaps I have to take a look at that if I were to read chat the whole time while we do the reviews, it becomes very difficult to work through them. I will, if we're making good time, I will try to bounce back and forth between chat. Alex is next. Oh, very pretty. Love the colors here, Alex. This is beautiful. Was a bit hectic and sleep deprived while trying to put this together after flying back from Vancouver on Monday, so I know it's late and not getting a secondary. Ended up scrapping the first design and went when I couldn't get it to feel right. But pretty happy with how this one turned out. As always, appreciate your feedback and suggestions if there's anything I can add or do to tighten it up. Okay, well, first off, love the golden notes. Fantastic job here with these lanterns. These are so beautiful. And you hung some of the red lanterns here, getting some great light casting on this tree. More of the gold lanterns over here. Clearly defined book nook right at the front of the scene. And yeah, this is a very competitive snap. You've done really well here. You have, Lumiere right here at the front. You have Cogsworth right here behind you. You have Bell right here. And not only do you have these beautiful gold notes, up at the top of the scene, but you've also got them down here with the leaf rugs. So overall, a very, very solid snap here, especially since you were coming back, from your honeymoon and you were a little sleep deprived. You did a very good job on the build here. I love the orange butterflies, orange and red butterflies here, very pretty. And you've even added, a little touch of green into the scene, like the Eternity Isle bushes and the small green trees here. Good forest vibe, I see plenty of trees within the space. And a clearly defined nook. You even got some pixie dust here, giving some nice little gold orbs rising up at the base of the scene. Nice little candle down here. So yeah, overall, very solid job, Alex. Very solid job. I like the couch you chose. You went out of your way to include multiple villagers. You even have the footstool dog, probably attached to Bell here, I would guess. And you got him in a really great spot as well. So you have 4 Beauty and Beast characters in this one image. You've got some cute little snippet birds. You played with lighting very well. Like, not only do you have the light casting from the red lanterns, but you've also got some great sunlight coming into this scene. So, yeah, very solid work here. You did a great job, considering you were a little tired. But I think this is a, very competitive snap. And I think people will really appreciate this one. Ultimately, performance will come down to what you pop up against, but I think this has a great shot at 4K, to be honest. Sapphire's next. I do see you were having the submission failed error. We discussed this already. Sapphire, it's over now. I couldn't submit last night either, but I just assumed that everything will be fine, by the time I woke up, and it was. This is just something that happens when their server side is not working, but it's all good now. All right. Now let's see what you said with your submission here. I don't know how to start my biggest Dreamsnap block. I messed with the shot so much, I decided to combine 2 previous snaps that I had done. I finally have the shot, but Game Loft gave me... Yeah, we talked about that there, don't worry. I'm a little iffy with my shot, not sure. Got a little carried away decorating and lost the theme. I forgot to mention I won't be able to watch the stream on Tuesday. I'm looking forward to catching the VOD later at that night. Hope everyone has a great day. Hype for the update. All right, all right. Well, I think you've communicated the theme. You have a little book nook here, and you've done well to make a forested environment. You got some beautiful colors here with the pink magnolias coming in. You have Belle and Beast in these beautiful dream styles. I like the colorful bunnies behind you. I think you have a good outfit for the build. And yeah, like we said, very clearly defined nook. Great job on your foregrounds too. Look at how filled out this bottom left-hand corner is and how filled out this bottom right-hand corner is. You have the candles, you have some luminescent flowers, you have these planters, you have pixie dust, you have all these fun things filling out these corners with the little, nook setting right here in the middle. See, I love the forested vibe. Got some fireflies up here at the top. So yeah, overall, I think this has, I think this has a good shot at 4K. I think it's likely for 4K, unless you pop up against some really good photos. There are some amazing photos out there, and some people are doing some very creative things with their poses. So, and what I mean by that is, you know, in this one here, we can see that you have like the happy, excited, like seating pose, and then you have bell waving and beast waving. But there are a lot of dream snaps out there where people have presented their avatar in a way to where it showcases that they were lost in their book, which is something the theme mentioned you don't have to do, but it's a good element of storytelling. So a lot of people showcase their avatar either reaching for a book or reading a book or interacting with the swirling papers. And then a lot of people have also kind of done similar things with their villagers. So people have showcased Belle reading. They've showcased Aurora reaching for books. They've showcased, like, Anna reading a note. People have even had Merlin waving his staff with the swirling papers, right? So, like, a lot of people out there have taken these really competitive approaches, not with the beauty of their scene, but with the way they're storytelling with the avatar and the villagers. So, again, that doesn't mean there's anything wrong with this at all. I think it's quite beautiful. You have a great beauty factor, very well layered scene, very strong snap. So I think it's likely for 4K. I'm just bringing up that, you know, the only snaps I feel like that might give this a hard time would be snaps that can match it in beauty, which is going to be tough because this is very beautiful, but also are doing some very creative storytelling elements with the way they're presenting the villagers in the avatar. So something to keep in mind, you know. But yeah, I like I said, I think this has a great shot at 4K. And there's not a lot of snaps out there that are, I would say it's probably a very low percentage of snaps that have gone out of their way to have some very creative storytelling approaches to the way they positioned and posed their avatars. But it is worth keeping in mind, if not for this challenge, you know, since you'll be watching this late at night, you know, don't stay up worrying about it. It's something you can consider for future challenges, of course. Sammy Lynn is next. Let's see. Sammy Lynn, is this a photo of... I think this might be a photo of your screen. I can tell by the way the lighting comes in, and there's like a little edge here. It looks like you took a picture of your screen, and then you cropped it down and submitted it. When you get a chance, if you check the rules in Dreamsnap support, I try not to review screen photos. And there's a really good reason for that. When you take a picture of your screen, it actually distorts the light and the color. And if I can't see the true light and color of the snap, I can't provide you with the best advice I'm capable of. So that's why that's a rule. So when you do submit for the snap reviews, you'll need to save your snap to your device. You can do that with the QR code. If, you know, depending on what you're playing on. But yeah, the QR code is probably one of the best ways that most people can use. But this is one of the rules. And I would just request that anybody that wants to participate in the snap reviews, just be sure you read those rules, because this whole process will move a lot faster for all of us if everybody's on the same page with, you know, what you need to consider when submitting. Now, I like the companion you chose, so I won't talk about lighting here because I'm not going to be able to be too accurate with that. But we can talk about some other elements of the scene here. So, one thing, Sammy Lynn, is that with this challenge being titled Forested Book Nook, you can somewhat be on theme just by having a few trees. But if you really want to make the theme obvious, and as we discussed at the beginning of the stream, this is how you play competitively. You design your snap in a way to where the theme is so obvious, so clear, that no one can really debate whether or not you've done the theme. Look at all these trees. This is a forest they've built, right? We have all these trees. So very clearly a forest. This one, we have all these trees. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. I see 12 different trees here, and I could probably count more if I really look in the background. So we have a forest. This is definitely a forest. This is probably the biggest one we've seen so far today. Very large forest with the book Nook. So it's a forested book Nook. Now in yours, you have forest elements. Like you have a tree trunk, and you have a tree here, and, 2 trees here. But it's not, again, this could, and I think is on theme, but it could be more competitively on theme, if that makes sense. What you'll see a lot of, the people I was talking about earlier that consistently get 4K, like Beyblade's on a 6-month-long plus 4K streak, Mama Dukes, many others within this community just getting 4K week after week after week. All of their snaps, even though they're not in a group chat all talking about, hey, this is how we should do this, and they make these snaps oftentimes without, before even watching my tip guide, because most of the time we're all on the same page because we approach snaps in a similar way. A lot of people that consistently get 4K approach snaps this way. So you'll notice with all of those snaps, those people all made a forested build. Why is that? Well, that's because, just as I know, they also know that one of the best ways to ensure you do well competitively is to not just do the theme, but exceed it. Make it so obvious that somebody could guess what the theme is without even reading the title. So I think one thing I would have done here a bit differently, had it been my snap, is I would have made it a bit more forested, rather than having a few forest elements. Shelves, thank you for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Thank you. Now, another thing you'll notice a lot of people doing, Sammy Lynn, the challenge mentioned a specific villager. It mentioned Belle. And the reason why is because Belle is a big reader. She loves reading books. Her pose is actually her actively reading a book. So when you want to be competitive, when you want to have a good shot at 4K, it's going to be a good idea to go that extra mile. You have a good companion choice here. The Scholarly Dragon is great, but you have so much open space here and here where you haven't really placed anything, and you don't have to put items there. But what about villagers? What about Belle reading a book? What about Merlin because he lives in a library? There's all these good options. So at the end of the day, any Dreamsnap that does the theme, like you've done here, like you did do the theme, has a shot at 4K, depending on what it pops up against. But this snap will have a little bit of an uphill battle. Now, if you pop up against the right opponents, like I said, you can end up in 4K. But the issue is people that are, since only 4% of players get 4K, that's 4 out of every 100 people. That's why going this extra mile to take the time to bring in a villager, even just one villager, it won't take you any time at all just to go grab Belle, say, let's hang out, and then, stop hanging out with her once you get to your scene, then use the toggle to turn her on and off, and she'll appear here and read her book, and then you snap her photo. That doesn't take you any extra time at all, And that's how you can make your Dream Snaps more competitive. So, again, you have to approach Dream Snaps the advice I'm trying to give here, it's not about getting 4K every once in a while, because any Dreamsnap can do that. Any player can do that. If you do the theme and you have decent lighting, which you do, I think you do. It's hard to tell because it's screen photo. But when it comes to building out your scene, anyone who does the theme can get 4K, but it's very inconsistent. You know, you'll get 4K one week, then 1500, then 25, then 1500, then 4K again. The advice I'm trying to give is rooted in how to consistently achieve that 4K rank. And if you want to do that, you have to acknowledge that you're going to be competing with some of the best players for those spots. Those players are going to go out of their way to include villagers. They're going to go out of their way to fill their scene. They're going to go out of their way to make the theme incredibly clear and incredibly obvious. If you're not doing these things, it's going to be very hard to consistently get 4K. So just keep all of that in mind. All right, I think that was our last one. And yeah, Sammy Lynn, in the future, just like I said, please don't submit photos of your screen. When it comes to the rules, I will always try to be like pretty understanding. But if I see the same rules continuing to be, to not be acknowledged, then I will have no choice but to like reach out, and then we'll, I haven't ever had to like enforce them. Usually people are, willing to acknowledge them once I bring it up. So just reread the rules tab and, just consider all the different rules before submitting. Nightfall is next. Now we're moving on to secondary reviews. So, this was Nightfall's snap yesterday. Nightfall said, finally learned how to pose the villager after 10 weeks of doing dream snaps. Also with the lighting as asked. And used the candles and pixie dust at the bottom of my frame. Pretty proud of this one. All right, let's see the new snap. So this is yesterday. So let's see how it looks now with the new advice. So yesterday we talked about using the toggle to get Belle to read. And we talked about playing up the lighting and color and adding more to the foreground. So let's see how this turned out. Incredible. Well done. Well done. You incorporated all of the advice very well. This is what I love to see, Nightfall. We have Belle actively reading over here. You've done a great job with the foreground here. We have candles in the bottom right, bottom left. We got some magical pixie dust kind of rising up from the base of the frame. You've added some of these hanging lanterns in the build to get these very beautiful warm colors in the tree line. And this is going to stand out a lot more in voting with these changes. Fantastic job, Nightfall. Yeah, you did great. You should be proud of this one. You should be proud. Your original snap was already great. But I definitely think the new one is even more competitive, and that's what we're going for. Well done. Scylla is next. This was yesterday's from Scylla. Scylla said, added a rug, added the fireflies, altered the candles a little, added lights in front of me, so I'm guessing the red hanging lanterns, and added the book between candles. All right, let's see the new one. So yeah, we talked about adding a rug here to make this little pocket our clearly defined reading nook. Bringing in those lights and adding some foreground elements. Very nice, very nice. So one thing that was better in the first is that you're a little bit closer to the camera. So everything else, though, I think is a bit stronger here. So what I would recommend doing, and I also did like Belle's placement yesterday, so if you can, you might have to turn the camera a bit to like, keep toggling her on and off, and she could pop it back here. But where I would go from here, Scylla, the lighting here is much better. The fact that you have the lights outside of the frame casting this glow into the scene is beautiful. Love the carpet here, and I especially love the foreground. But where I would go from here is I would just get a little closer like you were yesterday. So you see how you're a tiny bit smaller today? And I did like Belle's position yesterday. I know when you use the toggle, it's kind of annoying to get them right back where they were. But if you just turn your camera slowly and keep toggling her on and off, each time you turn the camera a little bit, they'll have 2 spaces where they keep popping out. And if neither of those spaces work, then just, give it another try and you'll be able to get her back on this side. But I do like her being close to the center because it makes her, it gives her a really good presence within the snap. So yeah, lighting is much better here. Very, very good lighting. Foreground is very nice. And I love the addition of the rug. My only further advice would be to try for a combination of these two. Let's get the avatar a little closer so she's a little bit bigger in the scene. That way we can really see this beautiful eyeshadow we have here, this dark lip. We can see all of the details of this fit a bit more. And let's bring Belle back towards the center so she's very clear and plays a strong role in the theme. One extra little piece of advice about Belle: don't pause her right away when she's reading her book. If you wait a second, she'll not only have her book open, but she will look at the camera, and it is beautiful. So, you might want her actually reading the book, but if you want to have her with a book open and a beautiful, appearance on her, if you get her looking towards the camera, and this is what she'll do after she opens the book, she'll wait a second, and then she'll look up at the camera. And if you snap your photo, then you can get this beautiful shot of Belle. And I think she would look really good, like right here, looking at the camera as you're reaching for a book. Another fun thing with the swirling papers. Now, you don't have to do this, but I really, really like this. I think it's super fun. If Merlin's available, and this isn't my submission, by the way, this is not the one I'm going with, but if Merlin's available, you can pause him waving his staff in the air with the swirling papers so it looks like he's making those papers swirl. Really fun way to do some storytelling here. So yeah, you see we have Belle looking at the camera. You see we have Merlin, casting magic to make these papers swirl around. So that's a fun thing you can do with those papers since you do have those in your scene. So, just something fun to consider. It's not something you absolutely have to add. You could just go with Belle and Lumiere like you are. But yeah, I would try to get her back towards the center, get her looking at the camera. Everything else, though, very, very strong improvements. And I would try to get the avatar a little closer like they were yesterday. Overall, very solid changes. A few finishing touches, and I think you are good to go. All right, next up we have Kimberly. You said to mainly bring the front parts forward and lower the camera down so the character will be seen better. I couldn't make the original book sunflowers that were in the front look quite right when I moved it forward and down, so I changed those out. It was awkward how I was working with it when it was focused right up on the book part. Yeah, when you change, Kimberly, when you get a shot like this, like you see how the camera is down and in portrait mode because they're using that trick. You have to build your foreground around that. You can't use the same scene you were using before. You have to re-alter the foreground. I mentioned that a lot yesterday. Anytime you're going to use that technique, so let me show you what I mean real quick. So when you're like this, the foreground is going to completely change when you move the camera down because we're higher up right now with the camera. So if we go here and then we do the camera trick, it's entirely different. So when you use this trick to get a low ground shot of your avatar doing, whatever they're doing down here, you're going to have to build a foreground specifically for this angle. We brought that up a good bit yesterday. So you won't be able to have the same foreground elements. Also add another clog, a few more trees fill out. Okay, so I think this was yesterday's. Give it a second. Okay. And this is today's. Very nice, very nice. Great angle of the avatar. Love the sunflowers here. That's very pretty. And honestly, you could get a little bit closer if you wanted to. But this is good. This is good. It's definitely looking a lot better than yesterday. So very, very strong improvement here, Kimberly. But don't be afraid of, bringing the character in even more. Of course, this is fine if you want to stick with this. Because if you do bring her in more, you'll cover a little bit more of the backdrop. Just keep in mind, one of the metas in Dreamsnaps, one of the things we see performing very well with voters week after week after week are these scenes where the avatar is very, very prominently highlighted. And she's definitely better highlighted today versus yesterday. So, fantastic, angle here. Fantastic shot of the avatar. You nailed that camera mode approach we discussed. So I think this has a great shot at 4K. My only worry with your snap, and this is not something I would change because it would require kind of rebuilding the whole snap, and this is a beautiful snap, so I think it has a great shot at 4K. This is more advice towards you for future challenges. As mentioned previously, there are going to be a lot of scenes that are very forested. Again, this still has the forest vibes. You have a big tree here, you have the scholastic sycamore here, and you have some branches coming in up here. So you still have a good, forested feel. But going above and beyond with those keywords in the title and in the description can work wonders in making a Dreamsnap even more competitive. So again, not something I feel you have to do this week, but if you do end up popping up in some 1v1s with some very forested scenes, some voters may lean in that direction. And the best way to prevent that in the future is whenever you're building up your Dreamsnap, just go above and beyond when it comes to making the keywords of the theme very prominent within your photo. Again, though, this is absolutely beautiful. You did a fantastic job on the scene overall. And you did a great job with the advice. And also, look at how yesterday your rug kind of stopped right here. We have these openings here and here. Now that you've got the ground shot, the rug perfectly fills out the foreground down here. And you have this book here. You have these golden orbs from the pixie dust. Like, this is so beautiful. You got the footstool dog next to Belle. You have Aurora here with the bird. And you reaching for the book. So, yeah, beautiful, beautiful work. If you want to do any last-minute changes here before the deadline, the only thing I would consider from here would just be if you wanted to get even closer to the camera. You wouldn't have to get much closer. You can move this book stack. You can always move this book down a hair, so it kind of comes up into the frame. Then you can move this book stack down a bit and bring the avatar even further in. I think in my final submission, I think I'm about here. Hang on. Oh my gosh, I didn't do it right. Yeah, I think this is about where I am. So my avatar comes down kind of into the foreground here. Let me pause her. So I have her so close that her knee touches the base of the frame. And this makes her, have a very strong presence in the photo. Keep in mind, I'm not saying you have to get this close. Of course, you do not. But it wouldn't hurt to get a little closer if you wanted to. And I just wanted to point that out. But, when you do get closer, you will obstruct a little bit more of your foreground. So sometimes it's actually going to be ideal to be a tiny bit further back because you don't want to block anything important. It all depends on how the scene was constructed. So always use your best judgment when bringing the avatar even closer. Snowdrop is next. Now, this is Snowdrop's scene from yesterday. I went ahead and tried it without the clock tower. Yeah, I know you were talking about maybe trying it without the clock tower. We'll see how, see how we like it. You suggested willow trees. I also tried a version with fog for fun. I gave up on getting the bunny in the corner again. Yeah, the bunny in the corner is fun, but sometimes you have, working with the companions is so annoying sometimes. Now that we're getting a really good villager toggle, I really hope they give us a pet toggle at some point. I really appreciate your feedback. I started submitting for reviews when I'd been playing for less than 2 months, and I have only missed 4K once. Dang, Snowdrop, you're a natural. Let's go. As you've said, newer players aren't necessarily at a disadvantage, but it was your advice that really helped level up my snaps. Dang, thank you, my friend. High praise, high praise. I appreciate it. Yeah, when it comes to... I'm glad you feel that way, because that's something I really try to encourage new players to believe. Because a lot of people that are newer to the game, when they can't do good, they'll say, well, it's just because I don't have this DLC, or I don't necessarily have these premium items. I don't have all these old Star Path items. How am I supposed to be able to compete? But really, when it comes down to Dreamsnaps, if you can make the theme clear and make a beautiful photo, you don't need all those special items. Sure, having them is great because you get more options. You can be more flexible with how you choose to create your snap. But just like my head moderator, Ashley, she had watched me stream this game for a really long time, and she never played it. And then eventually she got the game. And within a couple of weeks of having the game, she started doing Dream Snaps. Her first snap got 2,500, and then she just got 4K like nonstop after that. And she's done very, very good with snaps. Even when she was new, didn't have a lot of Scrooge items, had none of the old Star Path items. But she took the advice that we talked about, things like lighting, things like composition, foreground, angles, wow factors, storytelling. And when you use those elements, even if you're missing some of the items other players are using, you can find creative ways to make up for that. So very cool. Very cool. Thank you for sharing. So let's see the new ones here. Oh, very nice. And then the one with the fog. Well, the fog is really cool too. But yeah, I definitely think you're better off without the clock tower here. I really like it, actually. I do like the clock tower here since you have the books. But you know what I like about this? Is that everything we see past this arch is the forest. And everything we see within this arch is the Nook. And you've made that very, very clear, which I think is an awesome approach to the challenge. It communicates the challenge in a very strong way. This is very clearly a forested book nook with a path from the forest into the little book nook here. And I'm really glad you ended up going with the willows. They look beautiful. This is why I recommended them, because, the way these, willow branches hang down, they're so majestic. And they work so good with the lighting silhouettes. They're just so beautiful. Now, as far as, going with the foggy option or the clear option, it's really going to come down to personal preference. But I will say, on average, what we see performing better with voters, and with submissions in the 4K range, on average. This doesn't mean foggy snaps can't do well, but snaps that have the bolder colors and the more vivid scenes tend to perform very well, and there's just a lot of them, so we know for sure there's a great chance the voter will appreciate it. Whereas I would love to see something like this in voting. Many of you would love to see something like this in voting, but we can't be too certain that the voters that come across it will feel the same. And that's the only reason I stray away from some of the very fun, very artsy approaches that I would love to use. But I've seen people in my community get punished for stuff like this. I've seen snaps that I felt for sure were going to get 4K, and they added a filter on it to make it hazy, or they activated a fog, and it worked with the theme, but then it ends up getting 1,500 or 2,500. And I think that's unfortunate, but that's why I usually lean towards the bolder, more saturated, more vivid photos, because, the average voter tends to not have any issue with them for the most part. But again, I love this. You know, if you really want to go for the foggy shot, I think it's beautiful. I would vote for it. And I'm sure many people here would as well. But with so many, you know, very vivid, colorful kinds of scenes out there, you know, playing up a lot of these gold notes for some of these, and then some of these bright pinks and greens for some of these, it could be tough matched up against them in some cases. So this may be the safer one, but this takes a more artistic approach, which I think is fun. I would recommend this one, but I wouldn't blame you if you went with this one. And if you did go with this one, I would hope it gets 4K. But yeah, wonderful job. You know, the willows look great. The back of the forest here looks really good. And I love the way you've designed this snap. I think you've done a fantastic job. Keep up the great work, Snowdrop. Bell B. First pick is the original. Got it. So, OG shot here. We were trying to figure out how to make the trees look a bit better. You suggested removing the library. You mentioned keeping the bookstore. But I was going to have to sacrifice certain parts of the build in order to do so. I did add Lumiere, but couldn't find a good spot for Cogsworth. Yeah, I had Cogsworth in mind, but didn't have Lumiere because when I was working on my snap last night, Belle, Lumiere, Cogsworth, and Beast were all inside their house. Now, Belle ended up coming out, which was nice, but then I had to choose between the other three, and I just chose Cogsworth because I already had enough candles. But yeah, I hope they change that eventually, because it's really annoying when you want to use certain villagers, and, you know, you can only pull one out of the house at a time. I did add Lumiere, but couldn't find a good spot for Cogsworth. With all that said, I think I still like the first one better. I look forward to hearing your feedback. It's greatly appreciated. All right, let's see. Yeah, so this is a little bit of a different approach than I was suggesting. I would definitely not use 2 pergolas. So what I was recommending is you keep one of these buildings. So you could keep the bookshop here, and you could build a forest here, and that would allow you to turn this and have it face the sun. But I would definitely not use 2 pergolas, especially the same color. But the fact that the pergolas, it just doesn't feel natural. So this pergola has the exact same shape, form, and everything else as this one, which doesn't make it feel like a true forest. Like, the branches bend the same way, the trunk is growing the same way. And I've actually seen several snaps during reviews yesterday, and I specifically advise people do not, you know, I heavily recommend not using 2 pergolas. So I think there might have been a little bit of a miscommunication here, Belle. So I was talking about if you remove the library here, you already have a beautiful yellow here. We don't need the trees to be identical. You know, that was never the discussion. You were mentioning you wanted the yellows and greens to blend better. So we talked about the fact that the reason this yellow looks so different from this yellow is that this one is catching the sun. And with the angle of this pergola, this one will not catch the sun. But if you could angle that pergola towards the sun, you would have the same yellow right here and here. And the color balance would be nice within the top of the frame. But you don't have to use the same tree, you know, to do that. So we were going to keep all of this the same. And basically, in order to rotate the pergola, you would have to either move the library further back or remove it. And in doing so, you could just play up the forest elements here. Then you would have yellow, green, yellow, and the same yellow. But yeah, I would go with the first because this is not really what I was recommending. As mentioned on, I think, 2 of the submissions we saw yesterday that did twin pergolas, you know, I advised against it both times. So I would not take this route because it makes the forest feel a bit less natural. Now, if we had, you know, rotated this one towards the sun, which would require you to have to move this building, we could do something really fun here in the middle. and then we can still keep this here on the side.
Notice me, senpai. Notice me.
Yo, yo, thank you, thank you.
I misunderstood. Thank you for being amazing.
Oh, well, I appreciate it, my friend. Don't worry about it. That's why we do the secondary reviews. You know, the last thing I want to happen is for your new snap to not be as strong as the old snap. And your old snap was already very strong. You know, the main reason we were talking about changes at all for this, because I think this is already very likely for 4K. You just voiced that you wanted the, you know, you wanted the colors to blend better. And the only thing that feels that, you know, that could be, the only thing that's throwing off the feeling of color blending in the first one is that we have light on this side and shadow on this side, and that's it. And even then, that's not a huge deal. You know, that doesn't mean it's not going to do well. So that's why, you know, the main thing I would see to balance this more, so we get the same yellow on both sides, would just be to rotate this one towards the sun so it's not shaded. But unfortunately, that would require you to have more space here, and it would be hard to fit the library here and rotate this towards the camera. But yeah, the first one is definitely stronger, and you likely still have this one saved to your gallery. And like I said, you know, yesterday, I think this still has a great shot at 4K. I don't think you have to make those changes. I only recommended them because, you know, you were talking about the color blending and, you know, what you could do differently with it. And that's, you know, really all I could see is we could get these yellows to match and these greens to match if they weren't shaded. But it's not something you absolutely have to do at all, you know. Thank you for the bits, by the way, Bell. Much appreciated. Almost halfway to the goal already. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Alrighty. And yeah, I mean, if you want to play around with it anymore, or you can just go with this one, which is totally fine. Kimberly, thank you for the 200 bits as well. Yeah, if you wanted to, you could always try this without the secondary pergola and put the building back. But again, this one's really good, you know. Ultimately, performance is going to come down to what you pop up against. But you have a very, very strong forest vibe here. You have some very fun detail within the scene. You have very good lighting. I would say, for the most part, the snaps I could see giving this a hard 1v1 matchup would likely be some of the snaps out there where they've showcased their avatar in the act of reading, because I think voters will likely appreciate that, you know, that type of storytelling, and that could be tough in certain cases for your snap, but there's no guarantee you're going to pop up against those. And the other thing would be potentially, you know, snaps where it's more of a small isolated Nook in some cases. But again, I think this has a great shot at 4K, like even with no changes at all. It's absolutely beautiful. It's got great lighting. The avatar looks stunning. You got a great shot of Belle here. You know, the Bambi and Thumper Topiary are super cute. You know, and you're playing up a bookstore, a library, and a little reading nook over here. So it's got a lot of good strengths. GG. Pick older and then new. Okay, so old, then to new. Changes. Create more of a Nook area and nature elements. Added pine cones. Yo, Jen, thank you for the 369, my friend. Thank you, thank you. So I think is this the older one from yesterday? Dang, just Kimberly, thank you for the big 200 bits. Bell, thank you for the 500. And Jen, thank you for the big 369. You guys are amazing. Greatly appreciate it. Yesterday, we hit a new record, new all-time record on the stream here. We achieved 180 consecutive stream goals for the first time ever.
Have a refreshment.
I'm already on it. Today is big goal number 181. All right, Dream, beautiful snap yesterday. Let's take a look at the renovations here. Very nice, very nice. Okay. I did really like your hair and the hat. I liked your style yesterday. I mean, this one's fun too. She looks really pretty. The swirling wind you caught here is really nice. And you did add some great nature elements, like the log with the books, the fountain with the bush. Very cool. I love the pose with the swirling papers in both of these. I like how you position it on the edge. You know, this one's a bit darker, which would worry me. The sun's probably setting. That's probably why this got darker. When you're on those sunset hours, the sun will slowly go down. So the lighting in these two are definitely, I think, better options. But man, I love the little flying Tinkerbell inside of the swirling papers. That is so cool. That is so cool. So that's a really good wow factor. But would it be worth losing that amazing color we have in the first two and that amazing lighting? I'm eating the caramel off the cap of this drink. Delicious. Okay. I do like the very defined Nook here and here. It would be super fun if we could get a villager sitting on this bench here. I think that would be awesome. I also love the pine cones here. I know it's kind of annoying to wait for a villager to sit, but you could always seal off this area with like some books, and we, you know, and then right here in the arch you can use maybe touch a magic item so they can't get back through it. And then once they sit down, you can pause them and then remove the touch of magic items, but it could be super cool to get somebody sitting there. That said, it's so annoying. It's so annoying to get a villager to sit for photos. Also, with the bell pose, I think I mentioned this earlier, but if you wait a second after she opens the book, you can actually get her looking up towards the camera, and it's really pretty. I mean, I understand wanting her down in the book as well, but I think it is worth considering because she's beautiful when she looks up from that book. She's beautiful reading, too, but it's fun, that candid moment, getting her looking towards the camera. In your shot yesterday, I do think we have a stronger representation of Belle, because she's a good bit closer. But I do like the addition of Aurora. She works really well in this environment. Honestly, both this one from yesterday and this one, I would say, are quite even in terms of beauty and theme and just overall concept. You added some fun items in, like things that really resonate with the theme here, like the little log with the books inside, the literary sunflower or literary flower here, the scholastic sycamore. So we get some really fun items here. They both have different strengths, and they both share a lot of similar strengths. So they both have a very good forested feel with loads of trees in the back. This one offers a bit more villager variety with Aurora and Belle and Lumiere and Cogsworth. Whereas this one doesn't have the same level of variety, but it features, you know, Belle, a bit closer to the camera. And, you know, we have Lady down here. So I think these two are actually quite even. If you want to go with the shot where you and Belle are like the main focus of the photo, then I would choose this one from yesterday. If you want to go with the scene that plays up the environment a bit more by making you smaller and making Belle smaller, then I would go with this one. There's pros and cons to both choices, honestly. But I do think these are very evenly matched. So ultimately, Dree, I would choose whichever you like the most. Again, I do love Tinkerbell flying here. I think that's super fun. It's a really cool wow factor. So if you want to go with that, I wouldn't blame you as well. My only worry with that one is, you know, would be that these will probably pop really well in the voting phase because they have abundant color and abundant lighting. And the sun's starting to set in this one, so it's a little bit darker. But it's such a cool shot. So this could be kind of high risk, high reward. Because if you get voters that feel this is very impressive, that aren't just speed voting for whichever one stands out and is like bright and colorful, then I think this could do very well. But if you get, you know, the selfie submitters that are just picking their 10 snaps and then logging off and just picking whatever stands out the most, you know, then photos like these could do better. But these also, you know, lighting is just such a big thing in Dreamsnaps for beauty in general. So not even just with speed voters. Some people just prefer the photos with very good lighting and bold colors. So as much as I like this one, if these were my three, I would probably choose between these two. I will say in this one, I do love the hair with the hat. But yeah, both very good options. Ems is next. So we had yesterday's scene here. One of the things we talked about is the Forest of Valor. Tough to work with this area with the grass. I moved my build to the meadow, so I have better grass. I also took away all but the red tone trees to make it more cohesive. I adjusted my character so she's facing the camera more. I also played about with the lighting and added more green lights to glow through the trees. Okay, let's see the new one. Oh, very nice, very nice. Also, you know, if you're going to do meadow or forest, you really don't have to do the bind colors. I think for doing the bind trees, that's going to work. The whole reason to use the bind trees is because they have like books inside of them, which is really fun. But if you're not using the bind environment, you can make a really beautiful lush forest. You know, with green trees and magnolias and blossom trees. I think where the bind trees really shine is when you're doing those natural kind of bind environments. Not that you have to take that route, but, you know, they really work well in these kinds of settings. But look at these amazing, you know, forest builds that are building in green environments. So, you know, I know you see a lot of people using the red trees and the yellow trees and the orange trees, but that's because a lot of the bind trees have little bookcases built into them. You know what I mean? Which makes the bind a great destination this week. Now, if you do take this route, I think it's great that you made your trees more cohesive. But I would probably try to mix some yellow in here too. And I would be cautious of using these super dark red trees, like towards the front. I think if you used a yellow tree here instead, we could break apart some of this red and orange with a couple of yellows. Remember, those gold colors work really, really well with the bind trees. Overall, I do think this is definitely an improvement from yesterday. I think you did a great job with the changes. The meadow grass looks a lot better here. And you got a better pose. You're showing the beauty of the avatar much better today. You have them angled a bit more, which is great. We still have Belle reading her book. We have a little pathway to the library here. So yeah, definitely some solid changes from yesterday. But I do think adding some yellow trees into the mix would be a great way to diversify the colors of this backdrop. And I will also say that when it comes to these fall-colored trees, yellow light in the background is going to feel more natural for builds like this. So you can see in the back here, I have yellow streetlights. I know it's like small, because I don't have much of a silhouette here, because I made my forest very thick. But if we go back here, you know, you can kind of see we have the yellow light in the back. That works really good. Just like, and another thing you probably have, Ims, are these storytellers' fires. You know, if you're going to be using these bind trees with these oranges and reds and yellows, these storyteller fires, you can interact with them and you can get these beautiful golden notes kind of going up. You combine that with your fireflies and with some candles and some pixie dust, and now you have all of these absolutely beautiful golden notes paired with these, really fun autumn colors. So these are things I would definitely consider for the build you have here. Now, keep in mind for this, my lanterns aren't active yet, so it looks really dark. These will activate at 6 p.m. But the fireflies with the storyteller's fire, with the golden notes in the back, just keep in mind gold works really well. And you know, you can see I'm using these yellow trees in here too. It's not just red and orange. So going back to your scene, I think you can keep building on this and make it even stronger. I would swap out these really dark reds for nice bright yellows and golds. I would consider adding storyteller fires to get those nice little gold colors rising up. And I would consider yellow lights instead of green for your backdrop. Now, if your grass, since you're in the meadow and, it's not going to feel quite like a fall ground here, you could just pave all the green out with the leaf-strewn path. No way, bro. Anonymous, thank you. Dang, dude. Anonymous coming in with the very generous dono here. Thank you so much, my friend. Let's go, let's go. 2098 here. Alrighty. Muchos gracias, my friend. Let me do a quick goal update. 2098. I gotta do math. Hang on. I gotta math it. 2098 plus 2971. 5069. Oh, that was definitely on purpose. Good math. Good math. All right, guys, we are now less than 1,000 bits away from goal, or the equivalent of like $9 and some change. Thank you, my friend. 5069 on the board. A super generous dono here from Anonymous. Thank you, my friend. That was extremely kind of you. And we still have plenty of stream time left, guys. Do not feel the need, you know, to rush on the goal. We got plenty of time left in the stream. And we've also even got, we've had a lot of gifted subs today, too. Which we don't even have a goal for that. So thank you, guys. That's so funny. I was wondering why it was such a specific amount. I was like, 2098. Why 98? What's going on? And now it makes perfect sense. Oh my god, thank you so much for this, Ash. It's so good. By the way, we do still have a new review for Kralik. I commented on theirs, which pushed it after 3. I thought I did that. Oh, did we not? Oh, I see. So, Kralik did not upload past the review time. Okay, good. They actually uploaded yesterday at 7:17. Okay. Yeah, I'll do them next. I'll get them out of the way next. I don't know why. I thought we reviewed theirs. I thought I got everybody in the primaries, but I guess I didn't. I also don't think I got yours, actually. That's weird. Yeah, I think we still have Kralik and Ashley. Okay, we'll do those next. Make sure I get you guys next. All right. So yeah, final thoughts on yours here, Ims. I think it's a positive change. Now, if you... Oh my god, bro. Anonymous, what is happening? 19? Oh, now you're going way over.
I feel you deserve it after the past week. Just know you are appreciated.
Oh, you're very kind, my friend. Thank you. Luckily, all behind us now, and very excited for the upcoming week. Or this week, I should say. We got the update. We got some great changes coming to Dreamsnaps. And thank you, my friend. Another day, another new record. Let's go. Thank you, my friend. Oh my god. You're good at math. You're good at math. 69 on the board now. Goal number 181. That's 181 consecutive goals in a row, you guys. Thank you. Much appreciated. Also, Kaya, thank you for the 3 bits as well. Let's go ahead and get the other first-time submissions. Yeah, sorry, Kralik. I thought I got all the first-time submissions out of the way. I don't know how I missed yours and Ashley's. So yeah, to wrap things up here, Ims, I think adding some gold notes here would be very nice if you don't want to build in the bind. You could always do leaf strewn path to replace the green grass if you wanted to. And if you did that, you wouldn't be able to have the sunflowers here, but you could use the literary flowers from the bind. There's one in landscaping that you can just place right on top of the path. And it's a book with a yellow flower growing out of it, so that could be really fun. But keep in mind, with these fall colors, gold notes are going to go very well with that. So, yellow lights for your backdrop, gold storyteller fires, heavy fireflies, candles, you know, any kind of these fun gold elements, they play very, very nicely. And this is just a well-known thing when it comes to fall colors. A lot of different things that play with fall scenes involve gold. Like, just like this leaf pile they gave us, there's a reason this has such a bright, glowing gold color to it. You get this from the Lore Keeper. And the reason this has this bright, glowing gold is because it works really well with autumn colors. So that, you know, that means the Storyteller's Fire, same thing there. The Fireflies, same thing there. These are all going to work really nicely. So since you are embracing those fall colors, just keep that in mind. And don't forget, Ems, if you go into your landscaping menu, there's a lot of really cool stuff you could be using as well that have really good book themes. So actually, I don't even have to go in there. I can just show you. There's this Scholastic Sycamore. That would give you some more gold and yellow in your build. There's this book log with books. You know, this is both forested and book nook. You know, this has everything. So really worth considering. And this is the flower I was talking about. Instead of those sunflowers, you could be doing these literary flowers. They'll match those kind of autumn vibes you're going for. So, you know, what I like to do when I build a Dreamsnap is I go through my furniture menu and my landscaping menu, and I'll take everything that I think could work and I set it off to the side so I don't forget about it. That way, when you build your scene, you can pull from a bunch of really good stuff and you don't forget about good things to use. All right, let me go ahead and go back to Cleric here and make sure I also get Ashley. Claire says, "Hi, Seb, I am torn between these three versions. The first image has more depth and atmosphere, while the third shows more of the forest canopy and the nature elements." All right, well, let's see. I think this is the first one. There we go. My concern is that I don't have access to fireflies or floating candles, so the upper portion of the scene can feel a little flat when I show more trees. The forested book nook theme, do you think the first image really already conveys the forest through the arch vines, foliage, or would the third image score better because it shows more tree canopy? I'd love to hear your thoughts. Well, first off, I want to point out one thing. We never, ever know if something is going to score better. So, ultimately, it comes down to your 1v1s, of course. You know, what you pop up against. That's the tough thing, is you never know what kind of snaps you're going to be up against. Now, I'm glad you brought up the fireflies, because I just had somebody yesterday bring up the same thing. And they were like, yeah, I'm a little worried to, you know, take a certain approach because I don't have fireflies and stuff like that. And here's the neat thing. You absolutely don't need them. If you made your canopy different, you could get just as much beauty as you could with fireflies. But if you're going to do just sycamore trees and it's just all the same green, that's probably why you would feel like you need fireflies, because you want to add some extra details to this. But I want to show you something. During Vibrant Jungle Fiesta, a bunch of people use fireflies. I didn't. And I still got a fantastic rink. Because the truth is, you don't need fireflies for a canopy, for trees. You need good lighting. That's what makes it beautiful. The fireflies are really fun additions for like certain themes. So this week, since I'm doing an autumn build, I've concentrated a lot of fireflies into like the central part of my canopy, just because those gold notes are really pretty with these reds and oranges. But even without those, it would still likely do very well. But I think where the fireflies become the most useful is when you have a lot of the same color without a lot of diversity. Like if you have a big blue open sky, adding fireflies to it adds a nice element to that. But for a tree canopy, you do not need that to make it beautiful. So what I'm using in this one, rather than fireflies or other things, is a beautiful element of color diversity and sunset lighting. So we have this nice deep orange. We have this dark green with the red flowers. We have the light green from the bamboo, bright green from the palms. This darker green with the red flowers. This beautiful gold from some of the maples. This dark blue, more bamboo, bright pinks. We have this beautiful bright red. We have this dark green here with the red flowers. We have this beautiful bright red here, more yellow. I didn't need fireflies. You really don't need any specific item, guys. I want to make that super clear, because if you worry too much that you need a certain item to make something work, you're gonna get in your own head, and you're gonna kind of write it off as like, well, I guess I can't do anything about it. But I want to go back to a snap I reviewed a bit earlier today when we did one of our re-reviews. It was, I believe, Snowdrop. Now, Snowdrop pointed out, this player also doesn't have fireflies. They don't have a lot of things. They're rather new. They said, I started submitting for reviews when I'd only been playing for less than 2 months, and I've only missed 4K once. As you've said, newer players are not necessarily at a disadvantage. It was your advice that really helped me level up my snaps. So the approach that Snowdrop is taking here is that they've learned that they don't need to have these specific items. They can find ways to work around it. They don't need fireflies to make this forest beautiful. Look at these beautiful willows we have. Look at all this beautiful detail from just the recent items, the roses, all these fun items. Now, when it comes to beauty in Dream Snaps, there's one thing that's more important than any one singular item, and that's the sun. Your lighting is going to be the biggest factor in performance 90% of the time. The way you light your snap. So I'm going to delete all of these fireflies right now that I have in this non-DLC build. So we built this scene for people that didn't have, Storybook Veil. I added the fireflies because it was just a fun detail, but I absolutely do not need them. Like, I don't need the fireflies for this to be pretty or good. So when we look at the scene here, and of course for this one I would likely, there's Tinkerbell. I would likely use the fox pose because it's going to work better here. And unfortunately, it's not 6 p.m. yet, so these red lanterns aren't going to activate. They won't activate until 6 p.m. Give me 1 second here. So without fireflies, look at the beauty you can get in your canopy. We got a raid coming in. Let's go, let's go. Welcome, you guys. Thank you, thank you. We got Hello Hats coming in with a party of 11. Welcome, Raiders. Welcome. Thank you so much. Great time to pop in. Look at how much beauty you can get in a tree line if you just focus on lighting and color diversity. So, circling back to the photo here, you mentioned you were worried to do, not this photo, sorry. Where did it go? Yeah, here we go. You mentioned you were worried to do this because you don't have fireflies to add details to this canopy. But that's not the approach you need to take to make your canopy beautiful. If you want to make your canopy beautiful, you can do it with color diversity and some of these beautiful items we have in the game. If you use the same tree, like the sycamore, and you make it your entire canopy, yeah, it's not going to look as good as a diversified canopy. And this is my approach on all the forests I build in this game. I build a lot of foresty scenes because I love nature builds. But, this was a top 100 snap for Marvels of Nature. Look at the way the canopy, and so many people use fireflies for this. Another one that I didn't. So I don't use fireflies that much. I love them. Voters love them. But I often don't feel that they're necessary. Sometimes I feel like they're too much. But with this snap, we're using this beautiful blossom tree. We're using these nice dark greens, these light greens. And for these sparkles, we have that, that blowing air that comes through. And we have this beautiful silhouette here behind the willow. And then we diversify the base of the forest as well. So rather than, worrying about, oh, I can't show the canopy because I don't have the fireflies to make it more pretty, use lighting and use some of the beautiful trees in the game. We have so many good options for this. We have that brand new blossom tree, the pink blossom tree, absolutely gorgeous. We have the willow tree. We have so many fun items you can be using. But yeah, I wouldn't just use the sycamore, because you're not going to get the same beauty factor that a lot of these other snaps have with their canopy. This one has the willow. It's got some red, some green here. They got the silhouette in the back. And a lot of people have, some very nice diversity in their canopy. Now, for your other questions here, the main thing I want to convince you of here, Cleric, is you never need to feel like you have to have a certain type of item, because there's always other ways to make your Dream Snap beautiful. Like Snowdrop was saying, they're also new to the game. They don't have a lot of these items, but they're getting 4K pretty much every week because they're utilizing lighting and item diversity to make their snap as beautiful as they can. So item diversity is essentially just not reusing the same assets multiple times. And lighting just comes from the positioning of the sun for the most part, and also adjusting your camera settings where you can. Now, your question was that without showing the canopy, could this still do good? And the answer, of course, is potentially. You see, the thing is, Cleric, is you never, ever know what kind of snaps you're going to be up against. On the bright side here, your Dream Snap has forested elements. It's got these branches and this greenery. So, and it's also a book nook. So it's forested, and it's a book nook. But if you pop up against people that are going above and beyond with the theme, this would potentially have a hard time against them. It all comes down to what you pop up against with every challenge, which is why the biggest advice I give is to play up the challenge to where it is extremely clear. So since this is a forested book nook, a lot of the players that get 4K every single week, you'll notice in all of their snaps that I've reviewed, like Beyblade or Mama Dukes or Dree or any of these players that consistently do well week after week after week after week, they've all made a forest and a book nook. They've gone out of their way to say, hey, this is a forested book nook. It doesn't just have elements of a forest. They've made the forest extremely clear. They didn't have to, and you don't have to. You can still get 4K just with these foresty elements that you have. But if you pop up against snaps that have gone above and beyond with the theme, they might be harder to beat. And that's why I encourage people to really play up the theme. Every single snap I make, I build it in a way to where I could possibly guess the title of the challenge or the theme simply by looking at the photo. So if I had no prior knowledge of the challenge, I could potentially guess what the challenge is just by observing the photo. And if you approach most of your submissions like that, you'll notice some great performance. But again, this could turn out doing really well. You have a great pose here. That's one very important thing. You're playing up the last sentence of the challenge, really showcasing that you're lost in your favorite book. You have Belle in the reading pose, which is very good. And you have Lady here, super cute. But there's other elements of the theme that I would consider here. So it says, create a cozy woodland-inspired reading corner just like Belle. Decorate and dress to tuck yourself safely away in nature and into your favorite book. So you're being asked to tuck yourself away in nature. And that's why so many people have gone the route of building these forested scenes, because they want to make it clear that, this really shows me that they're tucked away in nature. There's a path leading from the forest into this book nook. Everything we see in the back is nature. This is not a man-made zone. This is nature. This book nook is the man-made zone, but it's inside of a forest. A forested book nook. So they've made that hyper clear. Again, these are not things you have to do to get 4K. Any Dreamsnap that attempts the theme can get 4K. Any Dreamsnap. Any Dreamsnap that attempts the theme could get in the top 3. It all comes down to what you pop up against. If you pop up against a bunch of selfies, we've seen snaps in the top 3 public shots that were practically empty with almost nothing. They just dropped a couple of theme items. It's rare, but it does happen. For those snaps, essentially, they just popped up against selfies, and they beat them all, and they end up all the way at the top. So you never know how you're going to score. You never know what's going to score better. The advice I give is always going to lean towards the best ways to be competitive based on what we see in voting results. What we see doing well on average. What we see resonating with the average voter. And it's never about my personal preference. It's always about the history and the quantifiable results from previous challenges. And it's no coincidence that all of these people that are getting 4K week after week after week after week seem to always be the ones going out of their way to make the theme hyper obvious. So, again, you don't have to make a forest. You just need a woodland-inspired book nook. But when people vote, they're going to see that title. They're going to see the word forested. And when they see a forest and a book nook, they're going to see the theme extremely clear. And also, since the challenge is asking us to surround ourselves by nature, or, to place ourselves into nature, it's harder to have that placed into nature feeling when we have all of these man-made walls. I know these are bookshelves, but this looks like a man-made space with nature elements. It doesn't look like it's tucked away in nature, if that makes sense. Not to worry, though, because this is beautiful. You're doing a lot of things really well. You got a great pose. You have a wonderful angle for the fox pose, which a lot of people struggled with. I would do some eyeshadow, though, and maybe a lip. Always consider the presentation of the avatar. You got a great shot of Belle. You got a great shot of Lady. The floating candles here are very magical. So you have a lot of really good things going on. You can always, it's the last day of the challenge, so you could always just roll with one of these. And again, these are all capable of getting 4K, just as they are. I would not go with this one, unless you dropped this idea of just using the sycamore and you built up a beautiful canopy. You have the, if you've done the Star Path, the recent one with Pocahontas, you have the items. You have willows, you have blossom trees, and then in your landscaping menu, you have magnolias, you have Japanese maples, we have all these beautiful trees. So if you don't have fireflies to lay over this, like leafy canopy here, you don't need them. You can just diversify it with really fun colors and beautiful trees. And it can be even stronger than it would be with just a sycamore backdrop with fireflies on top, if that makes sense. But a lot of this stuff you can just apply to your future submissions. But my advice, if you want to get 4K very consistently, like I said, is to always go above and beyond to play up the concepts of the theme. Like for me, I don't even know how my my Beachy Bliss submission will do. I wish I had more time to like make something different, but I spent more time on reviewing snaps than I could on my own. But you know, part of me wishes I had added some kind of water, like the river kit or maybe the shoreline. I don't think you absolutely need it, but I do think it's good to consider that when people are voting for beach submissions, having some kind of water element. So there's things I could do better some weeks. It might not hurt me at all. I don't really know. Depends on what kind of voters I get. But always playing up the theme as much as possible is a great idea. So with this being, you know, a very man-made feeling area, sure, it's beautiful. But there are some snaps out there that could potentially give this a hard time. But if you don't pop up against them, you'll be just fine. I would go with this one this week, if you don't have a lot of time. Because if you do end up wanting to go in this direction to show more of the forested feel, you're going to have to rework all of this. And I also would not do these bookshelves. You know, like a book nook, and that's another thing, you know, not just the forested vibe, but the definition of a nook. A nook is a small space. It's a corner or a recess, a little secluded spot, right? It doesn't need to be like a big room area. You know, you could do... That's why we see a lot of scenes where the player is designing a very small pocket where they're enjoying books, and then we have like a beautiful forest. And this has been a very common thing this week. So in this scene, and this is not my official snap, I just like to pull these up as examples. My nook is right here at the front, right? It's this little carpet surrounded by nature and books. And then we have this big forest behind us. With my meadow variant, this is my nook here. This little spot right here. And we've surrounded ourselves by nature. This little spot is here nestled inside of, you know, this forest. So you have this little zone here. But again, I do think these still have a great shot at 4K. The lighting is really good. The pose is really good, which is extremely important. So some of the things you're doing here, Cleric, you are making the theme extremely obvious. Like, it's really clear that you're into your favorite book. And you have surrounded yourself with lots of nature, which is good. But for future challenges, I would advise kind of playing up, you know, especially when it comes to the title of the theme, some of these other elements. And hopefully this will do just fine, you know. The only situation in which I see it having a harder time would be if you get matched up against some of these submissions that really feel like a forested book nook, like a book nook within a forest. That would be my only little concern there. And if you have time, you could always keep this one as this is your safest of the three right now. This one's, I think, the most beautiful out of the three options. So what you could do is you could just keep this one in your gallery, and you could play around with your concept a little bit before, you know, today comes to an end. Again, there's so many beautiful trees. You don't need fireflies. You clearly have the talent to build beautiful scenes. Go through your landscaping menu and look at what you have available. Also look at furniture options under foliage, because that's where a lot of the trees go, like the blossom tree, the willow tree. You have some great things you could be using to create a beautiful forest, and you can just make a small book nook within that beautiful forest. And then if you don't like the way it turns out, or it's taking too much time, you got a great submission to fall back on, because this is very beautiful. It plays up the theme. With the character reading here, you have a great shot of Belle. You have a cute shot of Lady looking at this butterfly. This is a good submission to have if, you know, the forested... If you do try for a remake and it doesn't come together, this is a good one to fall back on. Ashley, let me take a look at yours. I'm 5 minutes late. Don't fire me. Just threw this together real fast. I've been exhausted. All right, all right. So a couple of recommendations to make this even more fun. That would be easy and fast, Ashley. I'm not going to get hung up on adding more details or hanging lanterns because all of these things can take more time. Here's a very easy and fun way to make this more fun. Bring in Merlin. Toggle him on. Get him close to this paper whirlwind and get him waving his staff. It's awesome looking. You know, it really looks like he's the one making the paper swirl. I really like it. We have it, you know, you can see him back here doing his little magic, and you see the paper swirling. Very, very fun storytelling element there with Merlin. Very easy to add, because you can just add it with the camera options. I would also put a rug right here, so we can define this as your book nook. And that's it, because I know you don't want to spend a lot of time on it. So I think if you did those two things, you'd add one extra wow factor. Oh, and time Belle to where she looks up. So once Belle opens her book, if you give her a second, she'll look at the camera, and she looks really pretty. So you can get Merlin performing some magic on the papers. You can get Belle looking at the camera. You can put a little rug here to symbolize that, you know, this is your little nook. You can even add like a small little stool or chair. You can attach the footstool dog to Belle to bring in another Beauty and Beast character without even having to, worry about grabbing another villager. And I would... You have fireflies here, but not much on this side. I would get a couple more fireflies on this side. If you're going to use them on the left, I would use them on the right as well. But that's it. I would give you more tips on it, but I know you're exhausted. You've been really busy, so I'm trying to give you some very quick, very easy things you could do to make this more competitive without having to dive too deeply. Plum Bob is next. I think this one might be the old one, but it came in really tiny, Plum Bob. So I'm not sure why, but yeah, I can't really see it. So I'll have to close that. So let me see if I can get a better look at it in Discord, maybe. Oh, I see what you did. Yeah, you just kind of embraced... You fully embraced the fall flora. Yeah, I like it. I like it. I like the mushrooms you added in. I like the gold lights in the back. I like that you added, I've been talking a lot about how you don't need the fireflies, but they do look absolutely beautiful if you have a fall tree line. With these oranges and these reds and these yellows, these little gold orbs are really pretty. If you don't have fireflies and you do have a fall build, some players have used fireworks to add gold sparkles to the top. That's another thing you can consider. But yeah, beautiful work here. Great job, Plum Bob. Love the new version. Absolutely gorgeous. I made some changes. You mentioned liking the colors of the other snaps, so I tried the colors on this and changed the background a little. I also tried getting better sparkles. First picture of the original. Thank you for the feedback. Yeah, wonderful job here. And a great storytelling element. This is so cute. It's so cute the way you got the little animals together listening to the story. And you actually have Belle looking down at them too, which is really fun. You've got great forested book nook vibes, with the logs here, with the wood roots here. And a very good heavily forested element. Beautiful submission here, Plum Bob. Very likely for 4K. All right, we have Dekai's here. Dekai said, you suggested I try the leaf stream path because of the lack of the texture on the green, which was caused by the pergola, by the way. Gotcha. Okay, that makes sense. I added the path. I had to change up the left because when I changed it, the book tiles... Yeah, the book tiles, these book tiles have a green bump that goes through the path. It's really annoying. So now on the new one... Yeah, really, I just wanted to see it with the leaf strewn as well to see how that felt. I do love the light you have in here. I think you have some hanging lanterns above you. You got a really good shot of Belle. And I do like the leaf strewn path. The forest elements with the pines in the back is really nice. I think a little candle right here would be really cool as well. And then if you wanted to add anything else, if you trap like Cogsworth right here, you have a great spot for Cogsworth. And you could always swap this book out for Lumiere. That's if all three are available, like Belle, Lumiere, and Cogsworth, which isn't very likely. But you can always do one of them over here. And I think a little candle right here could be really nice. I do like it more with the leaf strewn path because it does add some extra texture, like with all these little sticks. You know, since the pergola flattened the grass and it's just like, you know, there's tiny bits of texture, like the tiny mud here, and there's like tiny lines, but it almost looks like AstroTurf, you know, like a fake grass. And this gives a lot more detail to the scene. It also responds nicely to the lights you have hanging up. But yeah, I like the changes. Now the question is, do you like it more or do you like the green? Carolyn. We had this one here from yesterday. Recommendations were better separate my Nook, maybe placing carpet, play around with the additional lighting, think about the blue butterflies, blue outfit. He said that it's a matter of taste, but after placing the rug, I tried the original dress I wanted. Now it does not totally blend with the floor anymore. Way better. Nice. What do you think about the Belle placement? Any other final comments? First pick is the original, character lighting, etc. was bugged in the Belle sitting shot. Would retake if placement is better. Okay. So we have this one here. Oh, yeah, that is really nice. Love the rug here. And then we have this one. I think this placement is fine. It's cute that you had her sitting, but yeah, with the character lighting, it is a bit better. My final recommendation is if you altered the angle of the avatar, you can get a more flattering shot of the avatar. With the fox pose, when the camera is angled towards the bridge of their nose like this, like if you were to upload a pretty selfie on Instagram, you probably wouldn't take it at this angle because it's not the most flattering. It's a good interaction, but if you turn slightly left before initiating the fox pose, you can get a really beautiful side profile. We saw this a lot yesterday. There were some submissions using the fox pose where the avatar was incredibly beautiful, and it was a more flattering angle. This would be a very small change that you can add if you wanted to, but again, not something you absolutely have to do. It's just good for the beauty factor, but I will show you what I mean. Now, when you use the standard fox pose, you're going to be kind of facing towards the camera here. It's harder to see the smile, and we're kind of looking down the bridge of the nose. Whereas if we go into selfie mode and we turn slightly left, we can still use the camera trick. Stupid robot. And now we can get a side profile where we can see her smile, we can see the color of her eye, we can see the eyeshadow a bit better, and it's a more flattering angle for the avatar, and it would not require you to change much with the scene. You might want to rotate the book a little bit if you do this. Again, this is totally optional, but I do think it brings out the beauty quality in the avatar a little bit more. So I think it's worth considering. And I think you can slightly turn to. I don't think you have to go, you know, as far as I did there. Yeah, I would turn a little bit more than that. I did it too fast that time. Let's give her a second to lift her head a little. There we go. But this side profile here is a little bit more flattering than the straight-on. Oops. Than the straight-on shot. You can see the smile better. You can see the outline of the avatar's face better. Small thing, but, you know, if you do make any further changes, it could be something fun to consider. And you're still going to get the same, you know, quality out of your pose, your same storytelling. Just a more flattering angle on the avatar. But yeah, I think you're fine to go with this one. I wouldn't worry about Belle sitting. If she was sitting much closer, kind of like we see in Dekai's, then the sitting here I think is going to be very important. But since she's so far back, I think it's better to have her, you know, the main thing you want to keep in mind with Belle is you want her very well highlighted. And in this scene, she is very well highlighted. But yeah, love the outfit here. I love the little mocha here on the side. The fact that you've put down a little spot to kind of isolate your book nook. All very, very solid changes. Yeah, if I were going to, you know, recommend anything else here, it would just be trying a slightly pivoted turn. And the fun thing with that too is that you can actually get a little bit of your dress coming into the foreground too. Could be fun. Again, optional, but I think fun to consider. Anxious Smurf is next. We got 1, 2, and 3. Feedback was to swap the rose and the log, add more candles, and try one without bubbles. Sent 2 originals, 2 alternatives. Trying to get Belle reading in the right place was hard. Can't wait for the next update. Thank you so much for the advice. Of course, of course. So, this one's the original. Yeah, love the change. We're highlighting theme items more prominently here. Very nice. And then without the bubbles. Personally, I would have to say, I don't know about you. You know, it's your snap, so it's your choice. I do like it more without the bubbles because it puts more of a focus and an emphasis on the forest, which is a big part of the theme, with it being a forested book nook. We can still see the forest here, of course, but there's, you know, a lot going on in front of it. And I like this because the background is a bit more defined without the additional items in the front of them. Like, we have this beautiful storyteller fire kind of wafting up here and here. And we get all these fun, diverse trees. Like, this is a very beautiful background. And, you know, are the bubbles really necessary is kind of the question. You know, ultimately, it's your choice. I do really like this one without the bubbles. I think you have enough magical, you know, qualities down here at the base. There's all kinds of fun details down here. And being able to see the forest really well and appreciate the forest in the back, I think, is important here. Overall, solid job. It'll be your choice, you know, whether you want to do the one with the fairy bubbles and the snippets or the one without. But I think it looks really good without here. And as mentioned as well, you know, if you wanted to, you know, we mentioned this on the last one as well, if you wanted to move the book over a little bit and turn yourself to the left before bringing the camera down, like while you're in selfie mode, you can get a really beautiful side profile of the avatar. I wish I had saved it. Maybe I did. Hang on. Let me see if I saved that shot from yesterday. We had a really, really great scene yesterday where somebody had just such a beautiful fox pose. I don't know if we still have it. I should have saved it because it was a great reference point for what I'm discussing here. You would think I would have had it saved, but maybe not. I usually only save them when I have to zoom in on them and talk about certain things. Yeah, I probably don't have it saved. That's too bad. But yeah, same thing we discussed. You know, if you want to do anything else with it, I think this is a very solid submission to go with. But we saw this beautiful submission yesterday where the player had themselves in the foreground. Now, they had a dress on, and you'll pose slightly different with the fox. And I believe they were actually facing... I can't remember which way they were facing, but they were close up like this, and they had this side profile and the dress going back, and they were kind of in the foreground. You don't have to be that close. But it is a very flattering angle on the avatar. I do wish I had saved it, though. But yeah, great work there, Smurf. Great work. Caitlin is next. We have yesterday's. You recommended adding Belle, switching away from the forest because of the grass, which I agree, and was getting frustrated with the grass anyway, so thank you. I'm glad you agree on that one, Caitlin. The grass and the forest, like I said, I totally understand why people would choose the Forest of Valor for a forested book nook. But yeah, it's so hard to work with the Forest of Valor grass. It's such a pain. And if the devs had designed it to not look like a bunch of 2D motifs sticking up like little points, I think it, you know, if the grass had more detail, I wouldn't mind it as much, but it usually hurts the photo's beauty factor. And you also mentioned adding a pet. I tried an hour to get the pet, but ran out of time as they kept putting their big old butts in my entire frame the whole time. We're getting some improvements to the villager toggle. The next thing I would love to see is a toggle for pets, because they're so annoying to work with sometimes, so I feel you on that. So new one here. Very nice, very nice. I think very solid improvements here. You brought in Belle. Great job. Also, great shot of Belle here. Very good. And yeah, now that we don't have that darker grass kind of cutting off a lot of our items here, everything has a really good definition, but it still has this great foresty vibe. We got good forest scene in the back with the trees. And you could also try the same thing we discussed with the fox pose, where before getting your camera low, you turn to the left. Also, I think I moved my camera. Yeah. You turn to the left a bit, and that way it'll give you side profile. Since you have the hat on, won't be as necessary here. But if you did turn, even with the hat, we would still likely see your eyes. We would see your smile as you're reading. So if you gave a side profile on the fox pose, that could work really well here. But if you've worked on this enough and you're ready to call it, this is a very big improvement from yesterday's. It looks great. So I think you've done very well with the advice received. Well done, well done. Chewy Center, give me tips about my snap and rethinking if I was hitting the forested part of the theme. Old pictures first, because I am somewhat attached to my tucked in bed concept. The second is my original with the improved lighting, thanks to your tips. Then for fun, I tore down my build and tried to play up more of the forested theme, picture 3. Thank you for all the help and guidance, of course, of course. So we have yesterday's here. And then we have this with the massively improved lighting. Very good, very good. Then we have this one here. And then we have a... I kept messing with it because I'm worried there isn't enough force. So this is the last option. Sorry for so many. No, you're good. You can always submit 3. So you sent me the old one and 3, so that's fine. Very fun, like the villagers. Good forest vibe here. Very cute, too, the way you look excited. You actually did a really good job making your villager feel like, you know, like a younger individual, like having Belle read them a story. It's super cute. It's a very good storytelling element to the theme. If you wanted to stay with your original concept, this one is super cute and fun, and you did very good improving the lighting quality here. My only concern, you know, as we mentioned, I know how it can feel when you're really attached to a concept or idea you have. And if you want to go with it, that by no means guarantees you're not going to get 4K, right? You never know what you're going to pop up against. You never know what kind of voters you're going to receive. About 80% of snaps out there don't have this kind of effort or this kind of beauty. So you still have a great shot at 4K with this, but you can't always rely on popping up against those snaps. And with the way the algorithm is designed, or seems to be, because we see this every week, as photos start to get votes, they'll start to pop up more against other photos that are getting votes. So as your photo gets more votes and it starts getting close to that 4K range, you know, there's a good chance you'll start popping up against some of these other photos where, you know, they're kind of going above and beyond to play up this forested book nook kind of concept where, you know, they are showcasing this forest and surrounding themselves by nature. Since the challenge asked us to, you know, tuck ourselves safely away in nature and tuck ourselves safely away into our favorite story, and with the challenge being called Forested Book Nook, it's probably going to give you a stronger chance of competing against snaps like this if you also play up those forested vibes, because there will be a lot of voters that are looking for some of these things because of the way the theme is worded. But again, if you really like your concept, you should go for it. And if it doesn't do well, you know, you did what you wanted to do. You had fun with it. At the end of the day, it's a game and you should enjoy yourself. You know, my whole purpose here when people submit snaps to me is to kind of point out where they could struggle in these 1v1 scenarios. So if your main goal with snaps is to have fun and take the pressure off your wallet by getting 4,000 moonstones as consistently as possible, then I do think it's a better idea to, you know, play up the theme as best you can. And I think your final option has done the best at that. The little leafy rug here, you still kept your, you know, bell reading concept here. You have great shots of your villagers. You have a good foresty feel. You know, we have the willow here. You got this hanging lantern. It feels more like you're tucked away in nature, which is what the theme stated. So I think this one is the safest of the three in terms of how it's going to perform against those 1v1s. But even then, even if you did take this route, it doesn't necessarily mean 4K, because you never know. You don't know what kind of forested snaps you're going to pop up against. There are some really good ones out there. But you do have a really creative avatar display here. You know, the way you have her excited about this story that Belle's reading, the way you've positioned Belle right here on the chair, you've showcased Belle very well. And what makes me feel this is the safest of the options is it keeps the strength of what you had here, you know, of Belle reading you this story and your excitement. It keeps that very positive, you know, strength of the first snap, but expands on it by adding those other elements of the theme into the scene. And I think you did a really, really good job, you know, with the villagers, with the avatar, with the scene. I think out of the submissions you have here, this is likely the safest option in terms of, you know, pushing for 4K. But again, you've also made some major improvements to the original concept in terms of lighting. So if you really wanted to go with this one, you could. And if it, you know, ends up getting 1,500 or 2,500, no need to feel like it failed. You did what you wanted to do. You got some moonstones, and, you know, you would just be aware, like, yeah, you know, I took a risk because I didn't play up those elements of the theme. It is what it is. But that doesn't mean you can't be proud of your submission. You know, every once in a while, I'll do the same thing. I ended up getting 4K for this, but it ranked a lot lower than it usually does. This was until Midnight Transformation. You know, with Transformation being a big part of the theme, most of the submissions that ranked really well played up that transformation by putting swirling magic around their avatar and showing that she was transforming for this enchanted night. For mine, I was like, you know, one of the parts of the challenge said, recreate Cinderella's most enchanting evening. So I was like, you know what? I'm going to move away from the transformation, and I'm going to focus entirely on recreating Cinderella's night, and I'm going to be the prince, and I'm going to have Cinderella in the photo. So it was a bit of a different approach. Thankfully, it still got 4K. It got, I think, ranked 5,000, right? So if I'd have lost a few more votes, I probably would have gotten 2,500. But that was a risk I was willing to take because it's what I wanted to do. So you don't always have to take the competitive approach. Sometimes if you come up with a concept you really like and you just want to go with it, I say go for it. You know, like have your fun. And I was fully prepared for this to get 2,500 or even 1,500. I would have been more than willing to accept that because I knew I was departing from, you know, this transformation concept that a lot of people were making the central focus of their snap. So I told a lot of people, like, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if I got less for this, but it's what I want to do. So, and that's for everybody here. You know, if there's something you really want to do with the theme, I will always advise what I feel like is a safer route, but that by no means says you can't do things like this. Even I do things like this because at the end of the day, the main goal with Dreamsnaps is to have fun. But if you're, you know, really wanting to lock in the Moonstones, the safer route, you can have fun with that too. You know, I think you have done very well with that here. The shot of Belle sitting on the chair reading is fantastic. The avatar looks excited. She looks youthful. You have great forest elements here. You have this nice little hanging lantern tucked here. And good villager presence, you know, with Merida and Aurora. So there's a lot of wonderful things with this photo. I really like this one. I would say this is your safest choice. But again, if you end up wanting to go with that original, you know, bedtime story concept, by all means. It could still get 4K, you know? But yeah, this is very strong. Well done. I think you did a great job with the tips. Ginger Snap is next. We got yesterday's. He said it was already strong, suggested that I could add the lamps and pixie dust, which I did. I also added some other things. The storyteller fires and more foliage at the back, petals on the ground, and changed it from third camera mode to second camera mode. I did take this at 3 a.m., so right now I'm not sure if it's too much, too bright, or too sparkly. I like the original, but I kept having more ideas of things to add, and I'm not sure if I overdid it. Would love to hear your thoughts. Thank you as always. All right, let's take a look. Ooh. Dang. I don't think you overdid it. A lot of people out there, voters, they love a heavily detailed snap. And it's important to realize the difference between a snap that's too busy versus a snap that's just well detailed. What makes a snap too busy is when you have elements cutting off our view from the other things in the snap, but you're not doing that. We can see into the snap just fine. It's just very well detailed. I actually think this is really nice. You've got a heavy, you know, firefly presence, and these gold notes go really well with the trees. The hanging lanterns are adding some amazing light qualities to the shot. The storyteller fires on the side give it a very enchanting feel. And you kept the strengths from the previous snap, you know, with the wildlife, the strong display of the avatar, the little coffee. But yeah, this is really nice. I think this has a very high likelihood for 4K. I don't think you overdid it. Again, when it comes to snap detail, what I see interpreted as too busy, what tends to underperform, is when people add so many elements to their scene that you can't see into the scene. What you've done here is just added a lot of details to what we can see. And there's nothing wrong with that. This is just going to communicate to voters that you put a lot of time and effort into this shot. And I think this has a very good shot at 4K because it's very beautiful, it's magical, but it plays up the concept of the theme very well. You know, you have a very well-defined book nook right here. We have great forest elements with all the foliage, and we've made it feel so enchanting and so magical that I think it's going to impress voters. You know, ultimately, it comes down to what you pop up against, but I think in order for this to not get 4K, you would likely have to pop up against some really strong snaps. And the odds are this will get 4K. I think you've done a very, very, very good job with this. You already had a beautiful snap yesterday, but man, this is incredible. Great job. Very pretty, Ginger. Very pretty. Crafty Joe. First snap is the old one. Second is the new. Okay, so I think it's the old one here. Your suggestions were to try the crouch trick to get closer, which I finally managed. To maybe get more force vibes, fill in the space floor. I also changed my skirt as I thought I needed more green to balance the snap. Okay. Well, let's see the new one. Yeah, very nice. Very nice. Getting that camera low gives us a much better presentation of the avatar here. Good shot of the little footstool dog. Great shot of Belle. We can see your lights hanging in the back. Good forest vibes. Now with these lanterns, if you did hang one slightly out of the frame here, because you have them in the back, if you hung one past the camera here, you would actually get some light hitting these wood beams as well, and these books, which can be really fun. I have 3 minutes until it's 6 p.m., and I can kind of show you the difference in my scene when these lanterns actually activate. I've got them in the front of both of my scenes, but as you can see here, you know, we have these tables with them sitting on them. And they're going to light up these books here. And we have kind of the same thing going on in my bind scene. But that could be, you know, worth considering for your scene as well. If you want to do any further work to the scene, that's up to you. But your snap has, you know, seen some great improvement. Very good feature of the avatar. You were able to pull off the camera trick, which is great. And, yeah, overall, very solid. Very solid. Give me 1 second here. There we go. Yeah, I don't know why my my Spotify decided to stop using my playlist and just start playing other music. And when I'm live on YouTube, that's not a good idea because I'll just get copyright struck if it just starts playing random stuff. Okay. Let's go back to the veil. And yeah, you'll see I have some of those lights hanging down in the front of my scene as well. They'll be activating in about 2 minutes. Now, as we load in... So when these lights activate, they're going to put a nice glow on these items. They're going to put a nice glow on these items. And they're going to put a nice glow on the avatar, which can be really fun. And, you know, we'll also see much better light in the back where they're hanging back there. But yeah, you'll see it in a moment here. We're going to go ahead and, let's see, what else can we talk about with your snap here? I do love these yellow hanging lanterns here. Great job with that. But yeah, getting a bit of light on this beam here would be nice. And potentially a little candle right here where we have an opportunity. There's like a little open space between these two books. A little candle here could be nice as well. But if you're done with this and you don't want to keep working on it, that's totally fine too. You've already made some amazing improvements from yesterday's submission. And yeah, if you want to work on it further, I think adding some of those lights to the front and maybe a little candle here in the middle between these two books could be a fun addition. But yeah, I like the pixie dust here. Great job restructuring the foreground after changing the angle. And as we mentioned with the fox pose, if before you do the camera trick, while you're in selfie mode, there we go, my lights are active now. You see the difference here with like the stuff we have? See how much brighter it is than it was just a moment ago? We get all this really nice color. It just helps to ensure, you know, and not just the items, but the avatar herself. Like, look at how much brighter she is now compared to where she was a moment ago. Now, for the fox pose, if you turn left and then turn your camera back, we're going to get this side profile. I went too far. Went too far. Let's go, I think maybe here. There we go. We're going to get a side profile of the avatar instead of that shot looking down the bridge of her nose. And you're going to see this beautiful smile here. If you add some color to the lip with like a red lip, you're going to get the light on that really nice. If I turned a little bit less, you would actually see the color of her eyes better too. But if you get it just right, let's go maybe here. Okay, robot, will you get the frick out of the way? There we go. So now we get the side profile. We can see the color of the eyes. We can see the smile of the avatar. This is a more flattering angle with the fox pose. Again, totally optional whether you want to take this route, but it does give quite a nice beauty factor on the avatar. And you can also see with the lights we have, it's really bringing out the color of these items around me and the color of my hair. Look at how bright and gold the hair looks here with the help of those lanterns. Heathen Dove. First is the old, second is new. Okay. Thank you so much for the advice. Advice was to add the little book shrubbery with the leaves coming out and put Belle in the lower view. In the lower view shot, I was able to get Belle closer to the camera with the book pose by some stroke of luck. So very happy about that. Also got my avatar closer to the camera, but maybe too close. What do you think? Well, let's see. Let's see. No, I don't think you're too close at all. Actually, she looks really beautiful here. Though, with where she is, the illusion of her reaching for the book, I feel like the books would need to be just a tiny bit further over, but I wouldn't worry too much about that. She looks really good here. And this is a really great shot of Belle. Though I do like your angle from yesterday a bit more. It looks like you took the item that's pushing your camera and you moved it closer. Where the item was yesterday, it actually allowed us to see a lot of these bushes on the sides, and I really like that. It also showed these gold lanterns a bit better. So I do like where the item pushing your camera was yesterday. I think you moved it up a space. Because now that the item is closer, we see a little bit less of those bushes. And you had some great light hitting, you know, this side over here. We were able to see the lanterns more. I would go back to having that item just back where it was here, and then still have Belle in the scene as well, like you do in the new shot. I don't think you were too close, though. If you want to get close like this, that's totally fine, but you may need to move the books over slightly, whereas in your shot yesterday, you see how the hand is like right resting over the book perfectly. But also, you're already close enough in your original shot. You don't have to get closer, but I wouldn't say this is too close. It's nice to have the avatar right in the foreground if you want. But I would go with more of the angle you had yesterday, where we got to see a little bit more of the scene. It's a small change, but it's such a beautiful scene. I think you should definitely show it off. And I love that we can see so much of these red bushes on the side. And like we can see this yellow bush over here. We can see these like stone trees with the lanterns. In the new one, we don't get to see much of that yellow bush. We don't get to see as much of the red bushes on the side. And we can't see those beautiful like stone trees as much either. So I would say as of right now, I think the first shot is still the stronger one. But if you were able to get this same angle and add Belle, I would definitely take that route. What you can do is you can have this saved on your phone. And while you're working on your new one, once you get the camera set up, just check your phone and check the image and make sure you still have the same kind of framing present for both. But yeah, this is such a beautiful scene. I would just try to show just as much of it in your new image as you were in the original, because the lighting and everything here is so strong. Dreamer, your shot from yesterday. Told me to move away from the wall, make more of a forest to get Merlin, Aurora. Unfortunately, Dreamer, the main thing I talked to you about was lighting. That was the main talking point from the review yesterday, Dreamer. So that's why I was saying if you move away from the wall, you could go to, and I even showed you where to go. You got the sun right here in the bind. I showed you the spot where you can get the sunlight coming into your scene because, you know, I believe we did determine you were in the bind when we looked at your original submission. So, yeah, because we can see the bind background. So I said the reason you want to get away from the wall is because you can come up into the bind and you can have that great sunlight hitting your scene. It was all about the lighting. But you didn't get the light coming into your scene. So you didn't quite follow the recommendations there, unfortunately. Meredith is next. We got our shots from yesterday. Option number 1. This was also about lighting. Option number 2. 2 redone versions as recommended. Location with the sun behind the camera, along with the 2 originals. Out of the 2 new ones, I don't know which I prefer personally, so I'm looking forward to your thoughts. Thank you again. Wow, fantastic job on the advice. Oh my goodness, look at that. Look at the improvement here. So we went from... These already had some great qualities with light, like the way you're playing up the yellow lights in the back. Like when you do have darker snaps like this, playing with light is a good tool. But when you can get that beautiful light on the avatar and on the trees, and you can still play up those glowing elements... But yeah, really good job. You captured the lighting very well here. So great job, Meredith. Great job. Dreamer, this is kind of what I was trying to recommend for you as well. You know, I wanted you to go from this dark, shadowed corner to a spot where you can get more light in your scene. That was the main thing we talked about with the review. And fortunately, for the very next review, we see a very similar thing where, you know, they took the direction... that I was, so just keep that in mind, Dreamer. Lighting is extremely important. Now with these 2, I would go with this one. You got some very nice colors in the tree line with the way the light's coming in. We get some beautiful gold notes all throughout the top here. And this one, the camera angle's not quite as high, so we get a lot of this shaded yellow because we're not seeing the parts of the tree that catch that great light. So I definitely think this is the better option here. Great scene of Belle as well. And you had a very fun outfit from yesterday, so I'm glad you stuck with that. I do love the outfit. But yeah, you did a fantastic job with the advice. You have some very good lighting in here. And honestly, when it comes to, you know, getting 4K consistently, lighting is one of the biggest contributing factors to whether a photo will succeed or fail. So the fact that you dialed in the lighting as well as you did is very good to see. As far as anything else you would, you know, consider here is for the foreground, I always try to fill out the corners. So this bottom right corner, kind of like we talked about in the last set of reviews where, you know, for Beachy Bliss, we had you put those benches kind of in the corners. So, you know, a little pile of books here or a little candle or a little bush could be great ways to fill out the corner. Like if we go back to this snap here, notice how the bottom left-hand corner has these gold sparkles in these bushes, and the bottom right-hand corner has these gold sparkles in these bushes. Filling out that foreground is really nice. Now, in this image, you filled out the foreground a bit better. So you have these books in the right corner and these books in the left corner. However, this one has better lighting, which is more important. Lighting is very, very crucial. Overall, Meredith, solid job on the advice. Wonderful improvements. Wonderful shot of Belle here as well. Ultimately, you know, performance will come down to what you pop up against. But I think you've made a more competitive snap. Blank and I said, hey, somebody, I think this will be my final shot. I got Belle closer and the Corgi back into place. I was able to put one hanging light in the back and hide it. Unfortunately, I cannot hide the top of the second one on the left, so just stuck with that with the one. I just want to make sure I'm not missing anything. Also, thank you for the kind words over the weekend. I'm definitely working to heal and focus on becoming a healthier, happy version of me. That's good to hear. That's good to hear, my friend. I know, you know, it's a tough thing to go through. It always is. Oh, yeah. You actually got, in your new angle, you got an even better shot of the Corgi than yesterday. And yeah, you were able to pull Belle up to where she plays a bigger role in the scene, which is really nice. I like the hanging light here. Yeah, very solid, Black Knight, very solid. I mean, you already had a good-looking submission, but now we have Belle playing a bit of a bigger role. And not only did you get the Corgi in that bottom left-hand corner again, but I think you got an even better shot of the Corgi. And of the Avatar. The angle looks slightly lower in the new one. So yeah, great job, great job. And look at how much of a difference that light can make, you know, if we look at both of these. I mean, it's just one light, but look at all the added color and texture it adds to that pocket. This is what I mean when I talk about playing with lighting. You know, not just the sun to light your photo. These are more advanced techniques. You know, when it comes to making competitive dream snaps, the first thing you want to try to master is the position of the sun. And from there, you can start working on more advanced techniques like creating silhouettes and using light casting to improve the texture and, you know, small areas of your snap like this. Great job, great job. Wonderful secondary review. Poppy is next. You didn't really have much to say aside from getting Lumiere and Cogsworth. Maybe you can on both sides. I did this, but couldn't get Gaston back. No biggie. Was going to try to make it look like more like a Nook, but work early versus the original. Gotcha, gotcha. Yeah, don't worry about that too much. Like I said, I don't really foresee the voters being extremely critical of that. As long as you capture that bookish and foresty theme. Yeah, very nice. You kept all the strengths from yesterday. You know, Gaston, he's fun, but I don't think as necessary. And you featured Belle a bit better, and you featured Lady a bit better, which is really fun. I also love the balance of the candle. I mean, you guys can't see it because I'm covering it here, but well, I might have to open up a new tab because we're getting a little overloaded here. But yesterday's, you know, we have a candle here on the left and opportunity here on the right. And then a new one, we've balanced it because we have the candle here. Now we have a little candle here. And yeah, I love that you have Cogsworth and Lumiere in there now. Also, you timed the Belle shot very well to get her looking up at the camera. Nicely done. Beautiful scene here. I think it has a great shot at 4K, Poppy. Well done, well done. Hope is next. So option number 1 from yesterday. Recommended with the bookshelves, added a candle, recommend secondary to compare, remove the bookshelves to see more of a forest, added more candles, was able to get the dogs closer, definitely leaning towards the more open forest. Thank you for your time as always. All right, all right. So we have this new option here, and then we have this new option here. Ooh, very nice. I mean, the bright side of the way you built this, Hope, is even with the bookshelves, you're still playing up the forest vibe really well, since we can see the canopy so well. But this does make it feel more like you're tucked safely away in nature, which is something the theme, you know, specified. So by not having all those man-made bookshelves there and instead just putting the bookish focus here on the Nook and having the background focus on the forest, I think this is probably the safest option you have this week, and it is beautiful. I love the way you've used the willows combined with the silhouette in the back. This is such a beautiful tree when it comes to silhouetting because of the way the branches and leaves hang down. It just looks so good. But yeah, I can see why you're leaning towards this one. I mean, you know, the bookshelves are fun, but they can feel a little repetitive. Whereas, you know, the different textures and dimensions we get from all of these hanging trees, the fact that we can see the rainbow a bit better, the fact that we can see now, like, we have all these, like, beautiful mushrooms, the storyteller's fires really illuminating in the back. Yeah, it looks really good. Good job, Hope. Good job. Very strong final submission. Wonderful work. Danielle's yesterday submission. First, the original, I changed the foreground and changed the spirit fire. Got closer to my avatar as well. Okay, nice. Let's see the new one. Much better, much better. Yesterday, you were pretty far away from the camera. And, you know, we have this bookish bench in the foreground. So, this is a rather large item in the foreground. We can't really see, you know, the beginnings of the scene as well. In this one, you know, now we have a little bit of space here. We have you right here. We have this little table here. You have some trees. And getting that spirit fire to that orange color was a nice call. You know, this could do well. It just depends on what you pop up against. Keep in mind, you're going to be up against a lot of competition where the pose they're doing kind of directly relates to the challenge, where they're grabbing books or they're actively showcasing that the avatar is enjoying this book nook. Not that there's anything wrong with this pose, but there are poses out there that play into the theme a bit better, and if you pop up against them, it could be challenging, but this is a big improvement from yesterday. Massive improvement from yesterday. So, I think you have a much stronger image here, but there's still certainly some things you could do in this case to make it more competitive. Uncle Rod. First two originals. We have this one, and we have this one. And then we have the two new ones, which will be this one and this one. Okay. You love both submissions, and I'm still torn between both, but I made the changes you suggested, which pretty much only added a couple things more to the foreground, like pixie dust and candles. Thank you for the advice. Also, sorry, there's 4 photos. No, that's fine. You can submit 3 photos for review, and the old submissions don't count towards that. So, you know, when we're doing a secondary review, you can include your old one and 3 new ones. So you only have 2 new ones here, so you're fine. So yeah, these are the older ones. Yeah, love the changes here. The biggest opportunity we had in this one was the foreground. So the fact that we've got, you know, a little pixie dust here. We got the candles. This adds a really good... It really seals off the Nook, which I think is very important. And for the other one, I think same thing. We talked about, you know, contributing with the foreground elements. Yeah, the pixie dust looks nice. Both beautiful submissions, Uncle Rod. I don't blame you for being torn between them. They are very nice. I do think the outfit is super fun in this one with the hat with the little mushrooms. So cute. This one really plays up that beautiful autumn vibe. So I can see why you're torn between the two. I do love that in this one you have Belle looking towards the camera, and I still really love the hat. I think there's going to be a lot of really pretty bind submissions. So something like this may stand out even more, but I haven't seen a bind submission quite like this one that uses this house. So even as a bind submission, I think this one's going to stand out well. So it's a tough choice. I mean, neither one of them is distinctly a better option. That's what makes it a hard choice for you. You know, they're both great options. I hope you can... I hope you're happy with whichever one you pick, but they both have a very high chance for 4K, I believe. They're both very well made. You did a fantastic job on both of these. Switch Mama. I added more trees and fixed the eyebrows. Also wanted to attempt the sitting pose. Maybe not this week, but let me know what you think. Okay. Yeah, we talked about, you know, we had the blind eyebrows, so it looks like the character doesn't have eyebrows because they're kind of blended into the skin. So we wanted to go darker eyebrows to match the darker hair. And then we talked about building up the forest vibes a bit more. So we have this one here. Very nice. Good forest feel. And then this one. Oh, I think you did a really good job with the sitting pose, actually. I'll be honest, I think you nailed it, Switch Mama. You did a really good job for your first time doing this. I would go with this, to be honest. You got Cogsworth right next to you, which is great. The Stitch motif actually looks really cute in this open pocket. You got an owl flying overhead. You got Belle looking up from her book. We got very good forest vibes. And you really knocked it out of the park with the foreground here. One of the things a lot of people struggle with when they first do one of these seated poses is, you know, the corners of the shot are not detailed with foreground elements, but you put candles on both sides, you have little book stacks on both sides, and you still added some nice blue here with the Eternity Isle bushes. I really like it, Switch Mom. I think you did a fantastic job here. I would go with this one. Like, it's fun that you have the silhouette on the avatar here, and it's pretty, but this actually tells a story. You know, you're sitting in the book nook. You have a book right in front of you. You look very happy. The avatar looks beautiful. You have Stitch reading a book next to you. Belle with a book in her hand looking down at you. And you have Cogsworth. You have Owl flying. Like, there's so many good qualities to this one. And you really played up the forested vibes. So I think you did a really good job on this one. I would roll with this. Well done. Nicole, hello. Welcome back, my friend. Thank you for the first review yesterday. I do love my indoor shots, but I know it won't stack up to a beautiful outdoor shot for a snap. You were curious to see another outfit option on the outdoor. I actually originally had another outfit choice to add to my initial review, but I didn't want to sacrifice my spot in the queue. Fair enough, fair enough. I also included a shot with Miko because he's a darling. Oh, I do love Miko poses. They're really fun. So yesterday's here. And then we have a couple of options with different outfits. So we have this one with the green dress. Ooh, the green dress is really nice here. And then we have Miko. I do love a good Miko pose, and I think voters love them too. I got like rank 90-something when I use that for Marvels of Nature. Everything still looks really good here. You know, Belle, the, Tinkerbell, these two down here. Clearly defined book nook, very forested. This one's really cool too, with you posing like this and Tinkerbell posing in a similar way right over your shoulder. That's super fun. Also, I've seen a lot of players leaning into this dress this week, so I think it is quite popular, which is a good thing. Honestly, all three of these I think are very good. This is just a very beautiful pose. I think it's always a good option to use. And Miko, the Miko pose is also very cute. And the nice thing about the Miko pose is that it actually highlights this book ring really well. Whereas with this pose, we don't see it quite as well from that angle, but on this one you see it really nicely. Though, there are a lot of people that are, doing these different poses where they're interacting with a book. I think that could be one place where, in the 1v1s, I think these poses will be in some ways dominating the meta this week, just because it's a way to play up the theme with the pose. But on the bright side, since the challenge was also asking us to tuck ourselves away in nature, like bringing in cute animals is a wonderful way to do that. We've seen a lot of people doing that as well. And even if you don't do either of those things, just going with a pose that embodies the beautiful nature of the avatar has always been popular with voters. So, honestly, you could choose any of these. I do really like the dress, and the dress has been quite popular this week. This one, I think, has the best avatar beauty. And this one, I think, is probably one of the cutest options, and it highlights the book ring really well. But the facial expression and the beauty on the avatar here, I think, is definitely the strongest, and I do really like Tinkerbell over the shoulder. At the end of the day, all three of these are wonderful options. So I would go with your heart on which one you end up wanting to go with or choose. But I think they all have the likelihood of ranking about the same, because the core concept of each is very similar. Beautiful work, Nicole. Beautiful work. Miss Joe, hello, hello. Update. Added bell to the background, pixie dust in the front, lanterns in the trees. No fireflies, unfortunately. I'm buying them as soon as I see them in the shop. Yeah, they're great. They're great. So we have this one, I think, from yesterday, and now the new one. Oh, nice. Let's go. Yeah, look at the change with these lanterns when we get these lanterns in here. You know, we see all this beautiful green back here, but it's a little shaded. Now with these lanterns, that green is nice and vivid. We get some beautiful light in the corners of the shot here. We get some more of that beautiful green over here. So yeah, great job with the lanterns here. Lady looks adorable in the new scene, just facing directly towards the camera. Like, she looked cute yesterday, but the fact that you got her, like, looking right at us, I think people are going to think that's really fun. And you've got Belle in the back reading a book. So you already had a beautiful snap yesterday, Miss Joe. It was looking very nice, and I think it had a great shot at 4K. But with these changes, it's even more competitive, and it's got even more beauty. So you did a fantastic job with the tips provided. Very, very well done. Bob's is next. First pick was the OGs. We had this one here. Hey, thank you, Miss Joe. Much appreciated, my friend. Thank you for the bits. Thank you for the bits. You talked about bringing in other characters, but by the time I had time to do this, literally all of them were occupied. Oh my god, it's so annoying, dude. I dealt with that last night. I really wanted Cogsworth, Lumiere, and Belle in my shot, but I actually ended up grabbing Merlin instead of Lumiere because he was available, and I'm kind of glad I did, because I was able to get a really cool scene of him kind of interacting with the let me see if he's here. Yeah, let me see if I can do it again. So if I push my camera up like this, he'll be too close to me, like that. But if I go above the item pushing my camera, turn him, keep turning. Yeah, I can, like, get Merlin back there waving his little wand or staff, you know. I had him more to the right, but it really looks like it's his magic making the paper swirl around. It's super fun. So I was kind of glad I got him instead. But yeah, it's super frustrating that we're kind of at the mercy of the villagers still. However, I did bring in the footstool dog and got really lucky with Belle's placement. All right, let's see the new one. Oh, yeah, very nice. Yeah, Belle looks beautiful here. You got perfect lighting on her. You've got her looking at the camera. This is something I talked about a lot. I think it's good to have Belle looking into the book as well. But if you can have her with the open book and looking towards you or looking towards the camera, I think it's great for the storytelling. It's almost like, you know, this is a real scene, and somebody pulled out a camera, and then Belle looked down at it, and then the photo was snapped. It's just great. Good pose here, great outfit. We got a little footstool dog. So from yesterday to today, we got a little closer to the avatar. Yeah, really good shot with Belle here. Yeah, and I don't know, I hope eventually the devs will do something with the game that allows us to bring in some of these villagers that are, like, all in a house, because, like, it's kind of annoying when you're trying to make a dream snap and, like, you need 4 villagers and, like, 3 of them are in the screw shop or something. Or worse, they're in their house for the next 6 hours. But yeah, the new one is great. Like you said, you did get a really good shot with Belle. She turned out very nice here. Beautiful lighting. So yeah, gorgeous job here, Bobs. Well done. Wishing Star, hello. Hi, Zabai. The feedback was to try and dial up the colors and make it more vivid. Can I just say your Red Lantern suggestion is top-notch here. The colors popped almost too much. First is the original. Second, I might have gone a tad too far. Third is what I call middle ground. Okay. So we have our first one here. And yeah, main thing we talked about was we have all these beautiful fall colors, but a lot of shade. So we can make some of these colors pop with the Red Lanterns. So we have this one here. Oh yeah, I see you have them outside of the frame as well, getting some great color down here. And then we have this one, which is what you said is more of the middle ground. Yeah, really nice. Look at that color. Look at that color difference here. I'll be honest, I don't think it's too much. You know, if you feel safer with this one where you dialed it back a little bit, totally fine. But what we see week after week, you know, with Dreamsnap results, good lighting and vivid dream snaps tend to be very popular with the voters. It tends to go over very well when you have these nice vivid scenes. Especially since a lot of people vote on smaller screens, you know, where the dream snap shows up a bit tinier and not everybody is going to enlarge. So when 2 photos pop up against each other and one has that vivid coloration and one is a bit more shaded, the one that has the brighter, more vivid colors typically draws their attention first, and a lot of people tend to vote very fast. And if you can be the photo that captures their attention, there's a great chance you'll win the vote in those cases. So if you feel safer with the one where it's dialed back a little bit, that's totally fine. But I don't think there's anything wrong with this one. I think it's the strongest of the 3 options, to be honest. It's beautiful. I mean, mine has quite a bit of those colors and of that extra lighting with the lanterns. I have a bunch of different examples here. We'll just click on one of these. But, you know, we have the lanterns at the front. We get very vivid colors here. Belle's blocking one here, so I didn't use this one. And then we have the lanterns within the pergola as well. So we have all this light hitting the towers, the trees, the pergola, and then this whole area at the front is also lit with the lanterns. So, you know, this one also carries a lot of lighting, but this has been my approach with, like, pretty much all of my modern dream snaps. I'm always going, you know, I'm always going with the option that allows me to play up the vivid colors and the high levels of lighting the best. And even with a shot like this, I still boosted the saturation even further. Like, you know, I took the saturation here to like 0.3 or so, even with the sunset lighting, just to make it even more vivid. And we have the same thing here, like this was sunset lighting, but I still boosted saturation even further to like 0.2 or 0.3. But yeah, I have had, and then for midday shots where it's not sunset, I take the saturation all the way up to like 0.6. Because when you don't have the sunset lighting, the photo is a bit more whitewashed with that midday light, so I tend to really crank up the saturation in that case. Now, for some, you know, you might be like, I don't know, it feels too colorful, but for the average voter, they tend to gravitate towards it, you know, which is why I do it. That's why so many of my shots have heightened saturation and heightened lighting, because I've just had this work very, very well for me in a majority of my submissions. Like even on indoor scenes, you know, I tend to go with, you know, very rich color, very rich lighting. And it doesn't mean snaps that don't play up these elements can't give 4K. They definitely can. It just appears that these are very popular with the average voter. So, and I think, you know, both of these are great options. Really, whichever one you want to go with. But I do love the color and the lighting here. Very nice. Great job, Wishing Star. You already had a beautiful snap, but now that we've brought out so much of that gorgeous color, it's really going to stand out in the voting phase. Gryffindor Panda. So we had yesterday's scene here. Hi, somebody. Thank you for the review. You mentioned how I should try to angle my character better to get a more flattering angle of the face. I also switched out the Beauty and the Beast rug for my own leaf rug setup. First picture is the original. Second is the redo. Okay, so we have the shot with the fox pose where we're looking down the bridge of the nose. And we also talked about building out our own little Nook rather than using the picnic set. So let's see how that came together. Oh, yeah, nice. Dang, Gryffindor Panda. I gotta say, I am really impressed with how much you've been improving in your snaps. You know, you've been applying the advice we discussed really well. And over the weeks, I've seen you, you know, just get better and better with how you're creating these snaps. So really good job. You took the changes we advised, and you really did a great job implementing them. The beauty factor on the avatar here is much stronger. Whereas yesterday, we couldn't really see much of her smile. We're kind of looking down the bridge of her nose. Today, we get this beautiful side profile. We can see this smile forming here. Got a really good angle for her. You got Belle looking up from her book. We got Elsa over here reading a note. Little raccoon hanging out. And yeah, I actually really like that you've opted out of the picnic blanket set and instead gone with this like red leaf rug that, you know, plays into the environment, and you've put your own details on it rather than using a preset item. You know, this does have some fun books on it, like the candelabra, but this is something you could customize. And it also has less large items, so we can see into your scene even better. So yeah, really good job here, Panda. I think you have a good shot at 4K this week. Well done, my friend. Well done. Bethany is next. Hey, somebody, thank you for the advice. I have attached the one original and two updated with your advice. I filled in the corners and added some more candles and books so that it filled out the foreground and the front more. I went back to the original outfit. Belle is still driving me crazy, but I think I finally have her. I have officially learned the trick for sitting camera, only for them to update it tomorrow. Funny how that works, right? You know, you finally learn the trick, and then the next update, they're like, yeah, you don't need to do that anymore. Okay, and then we have this one here. Very nice. Now, what are you using to push your camera up? Because you do have a big shadow here at the front of your scene, which is a little risky. What you can do to fix that, I don't know if you have the red lanterns, but this big shadow here is making the foreground a bit darker. If you don't have the Vizier's Alchemy table, you might be using like the big landscaping rock to push the camera, and if that's the case, that is a very large item that tends to cast a big shadow. But there is a way around this. You can use these lanterns if it's past 6. And if you know, you might not be able to put it right in front of the rock, but if you put, you know, one on each side, like one here and one here, they'll actually add some extra light to your scene, so those shaded elements won't feel as dark. For example, I actually intentionally made this area shaded. So I took this big tree structure here and brought it in because I wanted to have a shaded area. And if I move these away, you'll see what I mean. You see how dark the tower is now and how dark this tree is? And we look at the other one, and it's very vibrant, it's very bright, it's got rich color. Once I add those in, it completely transforms that zone. And using these hanging lanterns in those shaded areas is a really good way to get, you know, to tame those shadows a little bit. So that is something you can do if you have those. They are a Scrooge item. You get them in your Scrooge shop once you bring Mulan into your valley. They will not show up under lights, So the best way to find them is by using the Mulan filter. They're called the red hanging lantern, and they have to go on top of tables or on top of the frozen river kit. Now I think the shot of Belle in this one is a bit stronger. In this one we can't see her face as much. So I do think this is your better option here. But the main thing I would try to solve is the shadow we have here. Now, one thing you can do with the shadow is you could put some pixie dust or anything that glows or has light at the base of your shot, like where it's dark. You see how you have the pixie dust back here? It could be a really good idea to have pixie dust right here. So when we have shadows we can't get rid of, what we can do is make the most of them. So a shaded area is not always a bad thing. Because, like I stated, I intentionally made shaded areas in this snap. Having this big tree here allowed me to put a big shadow on this clock tower, which allowed me to get a better impact out of these lanterns. So, when you see this clock tower, this is without the shadow, and this is with the shadow. So now the sides are darker, but we get this, like, kind of orb of light around the hanging lanterns. And then, things like pixie dust can be really good for shaded areas as well. So yeah, depending on what you're using to push the camera up, I like the Vizier's Alchemy table because it's small, it's short, and it does not cast a large shadow. So you have a good angle here on the avatar. You could also get even closer to this item that's pushing your camera up and have the avatar play an even bigger role. I am right up towards the front of my scene here. So the way I have my avatar in my shot, like her knee actually comes down to the foreground. Now when you get that close, you're going to have to adjust focus so she's not blurry. But it does allow you to highlight the avatar very well and have them play a very good role in the scene. And it makes the eyeshadow you choose more noticeable. It makes the lip color you choose, the hair, all of these things. And little accessories too, like necklaces, gloves, watches, rings, things like that are going to stand out more when you get closer to the avatar. So since you did figure out the camera trick, you could always play up the avatar even more by getting a bit closer. The only downside is that you have a big shadow here. But there is a benefit to you getting closer. You would actually fill up some of this shadow. And the fun thing is you can boost your character lighting. So if you're in the shade, you can increase the lighting on your character to get rid of the shade. So now you've filled out that shadowy space, and you've eliminated the shadow that was present on your avatar by enhancing character lighting. So that's another thing you can consider. Very nicely done. Amanda is next. Your suggestions: try to blend other green/trees for more color diversity. I tried adding different trees from our color variety while still covering the orange pergola. Let me know if you think this is better than the original. I thought it was missing that extra razzle-dazzle, so included some candles, fireflies, storyteller fires, pixie dust. Getting it all to cooperate at once was the hard part. Yeah, trying to time it, especially with the fireflies. They're annoying to time. Aurora's face is in a shadow, so I might give it another go. Okay, so first one here. And then the new one here. Oh, yeah, you added some really good texture here. Getting the willow branches to hang in here into the pergola is a really nice touch. I would not worry too much about this little beam of shadow on Aurora. I don't think that's going to harm the photo. You could try it again and get her in this position from yesterday. But if you don't get it, don't sweat it. This is still a really strong submission, and that is a minor detail. But of course, if you can get her like she is here, we can see her face really well. We see the bird really well. She's got good lighting on her. So, it would be great to get her like that again. But I don't think this is going to bring your photo down. I know since we're the ones making our photos, we are all very prone to noticing those minor things. But a lot of voters, you know, they're not as inclined to like enlarge the photos. They're just going to look at the two options. They're going to look at the overall design, overall composition, and make their choice. For this to matter, you would have to be up against a photo that is so equal to yours in terms of beauty, villager use, pose, composition, to where this is what they have to decide off of. Where they're like, man, these photos are so evenly matched. The only thing about this one is that they had a little bit of a shadow on Aurora, so I guess I got to choose the other one. That's going to be very rare. You know, I don't think that's going to come up too much in voting. Because most of the time, 90% of the time, your photo is just outright going to be better or not. And it's going to be a pretty quick decision. Now, later on in the challenges, you do tend, you know, if you're getting a lot of votes, you are going to be much more likely to pop up against other 4K runners, other people that are getting close to that bracket. And those are the votes that are hardest to win, is when you start getting matched up against other very good photos. That usually either determines whether you stay in that 4K range or you go. So maybe in some of those situations, this could have an impact, but I really don't foresee that being much of an issue. So yeah, you know, if you want to change it and capture Aurora, but don't sweat that too much. Overall, very solid changes. You know, we had a lot of the same green and leaves here, and now we've added some great textures. You've added some light fireflies to the top. We got some beautiful colors from the Storyteller fires here in the back. You kept Miko in a great position. You have a really good pose here, reaching out for the book. So yeah, very solid overall. Great job, great job. I think you did wonderful on giving some extra texture. I love the way you used the willows. You know, having these willow leaves hang into the pergola was a great choice. Hi, somebody. You advised me to make it more foresty and change the angle of my avatar. I've had a lot of trouble, but here are the new submissions. Yeah, you reached out in a message and told me you were struggling to figure out how to get the side profile of the avatar. So it's something we've actually advised a lot of people on, and fortunately, you know, they've been able to figure out how. I can show you how as well. So we have Gryffindor Panda yesterday versus today. So when it comes to changing the angle of the avatar, Bella, you just need to change their positioning. That's it. So let's say for this image, we want a side profile. Well, that means the avatar needs to turn left. And when they turn left, boom, now we have that beautiful side profile. So it's pretty straightforward. You know, if we need to turn left to have a side profile, that just means we need to turn left before going into portrait mode. So we normally start right here facing forward. If we go straight into the fox pose, we'll be facing towards the camera. So if we want the fox pose to be a side profile, we need to go to the left. And then we do the fox pose. That's it. So pretty straightforward. You just got to turn the angle of the avatar. This is not the only case where that's going to be important. You know, like in the past, there were a lot of outfit challenges, and people would hold a bunny, and it would block their outfit. So if I were to be doing a challenge where we're supposed to show off our outfit, and I'm holding a bunny, well, you can't see my face. You know, this is not a good pose. But if I simply turn and then go into portrait mode, well, now look at the pose. Same exact pose. Completely different perspective. Imagine, you know, on this rank 2, had I not turned, right? Like on this photo here. If I had just held the bunny straight out you wouldn't see my makeup, you wouldn't see my eyes, you wouldn't see most of my outfit. This would have never gotten ring 2 if I'd have done that. But I slightly turned so that you can see this. And then I entered portrait mode and struck the pose. That's how all the poses work. So not just the fox pose, not just the bunny pose, but every pose. I want to give you one more really fun example. And I really like this one, the Pluto pose. This has been one of my favorite poses that has recently come to the game. I'm using it here. Look at how beautiful that is, how beautiful the face of the avatar is, the hand up to the chin here, one hand out. Absolutely gorgeous pose. We see it here as well with crafting with care. But if you do the Pluto pose, immediately you're going to be like, wait, how in the heck did you do that? Because when I do the Pluto pose, it's just this. How do you get the avatar to look like that? You got to turn. So you go into selfie mode, you turn. I don't know if I turned the right way. Oh, okay, I did. Now I'm actually facing towards the camera. It's not that side profile anymore. Now I just hide Pluto and I play the pose. And boom. Now we have this cute shot of her laughing or smiling, if you keep playing it. And we have, the hand, kind of up to the chin, one hand out. It looks like a very candid photo. I love this pose. But you're never going to get that pose to work if you just open your camera mode and just do the pose right away. You got to turn. So you got to turn in selfie mode and then go into portrait mode. That's going to determine where your avatar is facing before you strike your pose. And that's something everybody has to master, because the way you angle your poses is very important for telling a story with your avatar and making them look good while doing it. You did a good job making this feel more forested. That was one thing we really needed in the original. But now where I would go from here, I would also use the toggle on Belle to have her reading. We see Belle reading here. We got Belle reading here. And this is really easy to do. All you got to do is stop hanging out with her. Tell her, you're done hanging out. And then you just use the toggle and you just turn her on and off and she'll just appear. So, boom. And then she pulls out the book and you pause her. Super, super easy to get Belle reading the book. Takes you very little time and plays really well with the concept of the theme. That's why so many people are doing it. And there's other fun things you can do too, like with the swirling papers like I showed with Merlin. But the reason Belle is so good to use this week is that she's the only villager in the entire game that will actually read a book. We have villagers that'll read notes like Elsa and Anna, but we don't have any villager in the game that will just whip out a book and start reading it. And when it comes to a book nook where we are going to be reading, that is exceptionally strong. Any villager can stand and look at a tree with books on it like you have in this scene. You can do this with any villager. So one thing you did really well yesterday is you had Belle reading here. I would try to do the same thing in the new one. And yeah, I would, just keep in mind, all you got to do to get the side profile of the avatar is just turn. You go in selfie mode and you turn. You'll still want to get the camera low, but just to show you one more time, let me grab a Foxy Boy. Instead of just going straight into your camera adjustment, while you're in selfie mode, pivot left, and then do it. Now when you activate your pose, now we have a side profile. It's that easy. Nice and easy. Kirby is next. Hey, Savai, you advised to add Lumiere and Cogsworth, change outfit. I was struggling with positioning the villagers, and after looking back, I decided I didn't like the skirt in the original. All right, all right. Well, you know, we did talk about, you know, some outfit changes here potentially. So we have this one. I do really like the dress. This actually matches really nicely with your scene, by the way. Ooh, some good options here. Okay, so original versus new. Yeah, beautiful job here. Beautiful job. I do really like the new outfit you chose. This dress, like I said, it's been very popular this week, but the reason this is so good in this scene is you've gone out of your way to have these beautiful pink blossom trees. You know, we have some magnolias here on the side, and then we have all these deep greens. And your dress showcases deep greens and these beautiful pinks. So now you're just really, really vibing with this environment, which is really nice. I would say, actually, between your current options, I kind of like the one you have here where you've tilted the camera down a little bit. I think it showcases the book Nook really well. The avatar looks beautiful, and it really plays up the forest. I do like that we can see some of the blossoms here and some of the sky. But eliminating that blue and that aurora, like not seeing that, to where everything we see is this green and pink, and then seeing the green and the pink on the outfit, I think is really good. You got a great shot of Belle here, Cogsworth, Lumiere, and I like you got Beast kind of lurking back here. That's pretty fun. I would say this is your best option here, Kirby. Great job, great job. Lisa, okay, we got your old submission here, and yeah, that's a great spot for it, Lisa. You just attach it in the same, just put it in the same, you know, the same spot as your new submission as well. Lisa, thank you so much for the suggestions. You told me to add Lumiere, the hanging lanterns, and item in the left corner. I had some book tiles and candles there that were not in view in my previous submission, so I added more. I cannot get Belle back to her original spot, but I may try again. Let me know what you think. Okay. So in your original sub, you had Belle right here. And then we have the new one here. Yeah, very good on the foreground elements. Really great shot of Lumiere next to you here. And I love the lanterns. Look at how nice it is in these corners here. Oh, the new one's not as big. So I can't zoom in on it. But, you know, you get the idea. We have this darker pocket here. And in the new one, we got all this beautiful light coming out around it. Same over here. Gorgeous light hitting the tree. So overall, great improvements. But I would, if you could, I would definitely recommend getting Belle back where she was if you can. You know, when it comes to featuring villagers and featuring the avatar, it's always a great idea to make sure they're well featured, especially in challenges where they have a very important pose that works very well with the theme. So I do highly recommend getting Belle back where she was. If you can't, I would actually think Belle is a bit more important than the additional light. This stuff is beautiful, but we do kind of need Belle here. So if you aren't able to get her back in this spot, I would probably go with this one, to be honest. But if you could get her here and have the lantern and have, you know, the light over here and have Lumiere, that would definitely be ideal. Overall, you know, you featured your forest very well. You incorporated the changes very well here. You got some good candles coming up. We got the books, some good foreground elements on the side. Having Lumiere fill out some of this open space here is great. And yeah, the addition of the red lanterns looks fantastic in the scene. But I would, you know, try to get Belle back in that spot if at all possible. And if you can't, it'd be okay to go with this. You know, there wasn't anything wrong with this submission. There were just some things we can do to make it even more competitive, like playing up some of these beautiful lighting elements to add more beauty to the scene. But I probably wouldn't trade Belle for that. And I know you're not trading her like she's not gone, but she's so small in the new photo that it might be tough. because a lot of people are going to be featuring her very well. But I do love the lighting in the new scene. Like, this is really pretty. So yeah, if you can get her closer, I think that would definitely be ideal. But the addition of Lumiere really helps fill out this space. We got some good foreground items, and the lighting is beautiful here. Autumn is next. This was the original, the OG. First photo is the original, then I have two updated options, one featuring a fun shot of Lumiere, and one with a good old reliable B pose and outfit changes since the avatar is focused on much more. You like the mushrooms framing the photo? You suggested I remove some of the sycamores and add a more diverse forest background, which I attempted. I also added some green lights for a better glow in the forest. Is the first one still better, or do you prefer my new submissions? All right, well, let's take a look. Oh, very nice. I do really like the shot here. And then we have the standing one. This one is my favorite out of the three. So let me point out what I like so much here. The main issue with yesterday's is that with the sycamores, they bring the canopy so low that it's very hard to see into this forest here, and you get some beautiful details out of that forest. Whereas in this one, we've diversified the forest, and it looks great, but with how big the base of this dress is, and with the avatar standing, and with Belle right here, we can't really see into your pathway here. And we also, it kind of minimizes the book nook area because we can't really see the book nook itself. We see a pond here and a pond here. We see some books and a tea, but with you standing and with the big dress, it's really hard to see the carpet you have here at the base. And this one is the one I really like because it addresses both of those issues. We've got the diversified forest. You know, you've added all these beautiful green lights in the back. We have more mushrooms back here. The willow branches coming down. These nice oranges here. Or not oranges, but orange trees. And you've opened up this central path leading to this cozy little woodland house. We got a beautiful shot of the avatar down here. She looks gorgeous, happy. The eyes are very fun. You've got a wonderful shot of Belle, but there's just enough space in between the two of you to where we can see down the path. And right in the middle of that path, we have Lumiere giving us a wave. So, very, very strong option. Best out of the three in my eyes. This one, it's very beautiful, but it focuses very heavily on the avatar, and we don't get as much of the theme because of that. This one, we get a lot of the theme. We still get a beautiful avatar, and we get probably the best villager composition and forest composition out of the three. So I like this one the most by far. This is really fun. If you wanted to do anything else to this, I don't know if you have the glowing lilies from the Dapper Delight Star Path, the ones that can go in the water. But those have this really pretty little orange or yellow glow that comes out of them. And since you have the yellow glowing mushrooms, you know, they could look really good here if you added them in. But that's if you have them. They were a Star Path item. The ones that go on the ground, I think, are a friendship reward or a Scrooge item from Tiana. But the ones that actually go in the water were Star Path. But yeah, I really like the way you angled this, the way you set this one up. Very fun. Great job, great job. Scuttle said he didn't suggest changes on mine other than getting the wind effect visible, but I did make some changes based on the advice he gave others. First is the original. I currently have the original submitted, but I have a second lighting option that I was debating on. Unfortunately, I couldn't get the same positions out of Lumiere or Cogsworth in the updated. I've also included other updated shot, but I did miss that her other eye was not visible in that one. I think I prefer the original shot with the red dress because of the Cogsworth and Lumiere are at. Okay. Yeah, I did really like the original. And I do really like the way Lumiere is coming out behind you. I think that's a great little wow factor, so I can see why you'd want to keep this one. And I don't think you really needed to change it anyway, you know. I think this was already really good. So let's see the alternates. Yeah, the wind here is super fun. And we have an outfit. See, I do love the wind. But I think you should stick with the OG. You had really strong lighting here. Very good beauty factor. And the villager positioning was just superb. It's so hard to get the villagers to be this perfect. So once you capture this, if you still have good lighting, which you do, if you have good composition, which you do, it's very rare you're going to want to deviate from this. So the fact that the foreground is so well established, the fact that we have such good lighting, we have such good avatar presence, and the fact that we have such a great shot of Lumiere, Belle, and Cogsworth, I definitely think you're right to keep this one submitted. Like, these are beautiful too, and if you did go with these, I think they would also be very likely for 4K, but I think the most competitive option you currently have is this one. Like, we have one with slightly altered lighting, where it feels a bit warmer, but also a little darker. But I think the increased lighting of this one, it might be the vignette that makes this one darker. But I think this one, you know, this just really pops. Both of these, I think, are the best options. But this one's probably going to pop a bit more. Lisa, thank you for the suggestions. Another sleepless night, getting frustrated with the villagers. Could not get Cogsworth and Lumiere to go where I needed them to go. Yay, update. I get zoned in on task and I cannot quit. I feel you there. He told me to remove the pink trees, change leaf carpet, fill out the bottom corner, add more candles, change Belle's dress to the green one. First photo is one you thought was best. Had a hard time with lighting Belle. Had a really good one, then noticed a weird round shadow on Belle's chest. I don't have the fireflies or the Mulan lanterns. Okay, okay. So yesterday's snap. Today's snap. Number 1. Number 2. And number 3. All right, let's see, let's see. I think the framing is best on this one. So in this one, the avatar feels a little smaller, and this one isn't as balanced. You see how you have a clock tower on each side, but on this one you kind of go slightly past the clock tower and you pan the camera more left. Whereas on this one, we have the clock towers rounding off each side. And in this one, this is the most balanced. You have about even... You have an even amount of clock towers on each side. Belle makes up the left-hand side. Lumiere makes up the right-hand side. Minnie in the center. And Lady right over here. So this one is just very, very balanced. And voters do love balance. It's got good lighting. And I do like the outfit you chose for this new submission a bit more than the original. And yeah, working with villagers is such a headache. But hopefully that's going to be a thing of the past. But yeah, I like the way this one turned out. I think it's the best of the current options. You know, ultimately how it performs will come down to what you pop up against. But out of the images you've presented so far, I think this is the most competitive of your variations. And the balance here is very nice. You know, on this one, we're a little off balance. We're kind of turning the camera a little bit further left, or sorry, further right. And this one, it's further left. This one, everything's right in the middle. Horizontal. Thank you for the advice yesterday. You only really suggested putting the red hanging lanterns in and changing the angle of the avatar. So what I've done, but I've also added some green trees in the background to break up some of the orange a bit, and added some white flowers to the ground again to break up some of the orange, and added some texture. I've also added firefly lamps for Belle to read with Lumiere. I genuinely laughed out loud when I saw the expression he gives when he sits next to her. Then when I went to take the snap, the owl turned up. That happened to me too. Yeah, I was pretty happy. Happy accident. So now the snap looks a bit better. What do you think of the changes? Oh yeah, I've also changed my hair so you can see my book earrings. I forgot I was wearing them and my hair was hiding them. I've also given 2 poses. One has Avatar turning the page. The other one has a better smile. Okay, let's see. So I think yesterday's here. This would be the one turning the page. Okay. Yeah, I really like the shot of Lumiere and Belle here. That's really good. And a nice little owl. Very cool. And then this one. Let's give it a second. Yeah, this one has a good smile. I would go with this one. Your hand still looks like it's reaching for the page, but you do get the beauty of the smile. And I think the avatar is going to look a bit better in this one. That avatar presence and getting that kind of expression of joy. As humans, when we see another human smiling, you know, we're inclined to smile back. And when we see joy, it helps us to feel joy. There's a lot of empaths out there. And, you know, when voting, when we see this joy and happiness on the avatar, it makes us view the photo with a bit more joy as well. That's why I love showing the smiles in so many of my snaps. But this one still gives you that interacting quality. You might not be reaching out to turn the page like you are here, but the joy is worth it. And you're still clearly interacting with the book since you're leaning towards it. So it still sells what you're trying to sell, but it just adds more joy to the photo. Keeps the owl. You know, great shot of Lumiere, great shot of Belle. I would definitely go with this one. Beautiful work, like the way you've layered the new trees. Very nice, very nice. Messy Mothercrafter said, am I in the forest enough? Am I forest enough for the Forest Club? First image is the original. Second is the improvements. Was suggested that busy is okay, but if it obstructs the view, it might cause problems. I wanted to use the paper still, so I used them a little less forward and in the corner. Good call, good call. Took the buildings out and did more foliage. Wondering if this pose is better or if I should go back to the original pose with Max with his tongue out. Any other input is fully welcomed. Thanks for my first review. It was very helpful. You're very welcome. All right, yesterday's snap here. And then our new snap. Very nice, very nice. Yeah, we can see into the scene much better here. And yeah, I think still using these is definitely worth considering. I do really like these. I'm going to close out a bunch of old reviews so we have a little bit more space in the browser here. Okay. And we actually have a pretty good example of that with, you know, this scene. You can still use the swirling papers, but having them a little bit further back and just on one side of the scene so we can still see. Like, notice how here in Scuttles they have a swirling paper here, but it's further back behind Belle. And then they have some swirling paper here, but it's not obstructing much because it's just a little bit of a forested area. We can still see this table really well. We can still see the foreground really well. So you can definitely still use them. Now, I do like your new pose. My only minor concern there is, you know, there's going to be so many competitive Dream Snaps this week that have gone out of their way to show their villager being into their favorite book. So when we look at the theme, and we look at what the theme said this week, it stated, just like Belle, decorate and dress to tuck yourself safely away in nature and into your favorite book. So we're not only tucking ourselves safely away in nature, but we're also tucking ourselves away in our favorite book. Now, that's not something you absolutely have to do, but many voters are going to be impressed that people have taken the time to showcase them actively participating in what you do in a book nook, which is read. So there are going to be a lot of people reaching for books, reading books, interacting with books like we see with Belle. And you know, there's really good ways to do this with like the fox pose here. So I do think your new pose is great. I actually like your new pose. The Max tongue one is funny and like silly. But I think when it comes to what's going to perform well, the poses that kind of go out of their way to embody the theme, because like this is good for just like a general silly snap, you know, or any snap where the pose isn't as important. This would be very fun to use. But with this week being all about the book Nook, I do think using poses where you're interacting with the book in a way is a more competitive approach. But these are both good options, you know, just for, you know, you're not just standing there, you're doing a fun pose. And that's better than, you know, there's so many people that submit a snap. I don't know why, but there's so many people that submit snaps where they just stand and they don't even use the pose option. So you do have some fun poses in both of these. Honestly, you could use either one. You know, I think they can both be pretty fun. But yeah, it definitely feels a bit more forested. Now, keep in mind, there is a very particular way a lot of people tend to structure their snaps. And you'll see this with a lot of high-end players as well. So, one thing you can note here is that we can see into this entire scene very well, because the items in the foreground are the shortest, right? Like, behind me here, we have this flower, and we have this table, and then we have these books. And we can see over all of that. Now, as we go further back, items get a little bit taller, but we can still see over them and past them. So there's a stack of books here. We have tables and chairs back here, a little rug. And then the bigger items, like these big trees, these are all the way in the back. These are your background items. The reason I bring that up is because when we look at this photo, you have this really big bookshelf tree right up behind you, right at the front of the midground. And because of that, we can't see anything else back here. And then you have this as a foreground item, this big desk. We can't see past this at all. And then right behind that, we have a big tree. So the only portion of your scene we can really see into is this small kind of opening behind you. So this is where most of your detail within the photo will be. And it's not necessarily something you have to rework this week. This is just something I encourage you to consider when building your snaps. The snaps we see, if you want to build things in closer on weeks where you don't have as much time, that's totally fine. But you would want to still have smaller items in the immediate foreground. Like this desk is very large for a foreground item. Like this snap, for example, they built everything in close. So they have this big house right here. And then they have this big tree right here. But they made this whole bottom area their book nook. And you'll see all the items right at the front are very tiny. Like a tiny cup, tiny candles, a rug that's very flat. Candles here, tiny stack of books. And then as we move back, the items get a little bit bigger. Like the Scholastic Sycamore right here. Then the book couch. And then finally, when we get to the background, we get the really big items, like the trees and the houses. And you'll see this is a common approach to photo composition, like in general, even outside of Dreamsnaps. This is how a lot of professional photos are constructed to give more depth of field. Foreground items are small and you can see over them. And then bigger items will be in the midground, like this cactus thing. And then your largest items will be making up the background. And you'll see this in almost all of my snaps. That's why we can always see over what's in the front. We can see into the scene really well. So, again, not something you have to worry about this week necessarily, but I do think this is something you can consider for like a lot of future challenges, because when it comes to photo composition for Dreamsnaps, allowing people to see into more of your scene will give you more opportunities to impress voters. So instead of like a very tall desk here, You could do like a small table with the book, and then instead of these big, fairy tale trees here, you could have a little stack of books that we can see over, and we can, you could also take this big tree with the tree bookshelf, and you can move that back a little further, and then you can have like the scholastic sycamore in your midground. Like, instead of this big tree right here and this big table right here, we can use items in those places, but we can use smaller items that we can see over. That way you have all these layers in your snap. You go from foreground to midground to background, and, we get these very good views into the scene. So you did give us a much better view into the scene than yesterday, because, we don't have the avatar, the villagers, and the papers all right at the front. So we can see really well into this pocket. And you definitely have more of a forest vibe. So for this advice, it's not something you necessarily have to worry about this week. If you have time, I think it would be worth considering, rethinking the foreground and the way you build out your book nook here. But this is definitely something you can take into future challenges as well, because layering your photo like that is something you'll see from a lot of strong players. In fact, if we look at, let's look at the top 3. I think that would be a good way to do it. Notice how pretty much everything I'm stating here is present in the rank 1 photo. The items at the forefront of the photo are these small flowers that we can easily see over. Behind that, we have luggage that's rather short, and then a chair and a table that's very easy to see over. Behind that, we have a fence that we can easily see over, and this all makes up the foreground. Now, when we get to the midground, that's when items start getting a little bit bigger. Now we have a big green and yellow bush, and we have some trees, but they're skinny. We can still see past them, we can see through them, and they're hanging these lanterns in. And in the midground here, we also have this little waterway that we can clearly see over. And as we work our way back, the items get bigger. Now we get a ticket booth. Now we get a 2-story building. And we get signs. Then we get a huge tower and the London Tower. And, the items just get progressively larger. It's all about these layers. These are very good things to consider when building up your photo composition. And these are things that apply in almost every single challenge. Now, that doesn't mean every photo has to be made this way. For example, I don't know if I saved Mama Dukes' snap. I don't think I did. But I mean, this one can work. Like, for example, this photo is more angled down. So we have a lot of, we can still see over these items, but it doesn't go back as far. They're closer to the edge. And we get some larger items here. They still follow that metric of making sure we can see over, through, and past all these foreground elements. But it doesn't have as much depth, right? Like, we can't see back as far, and that's okay, as long as the photo feels filled out and detailed. But, the fact that this is rank 1 is no coincidence. Photos that build their composition this way, that have these layers, and that have this depth of field and this beauty, are always going to resonate well, because they're just very, very well-composed photos. And you can impress voters more when you show them more of this beautiful scene. And that's why for my scene this week, when I get down on the ground and I reach for my book here, that's why everything at the front of the photo you can easily see over. Because we want people to be able to see into the whole beautiful scene here. So in the front, we have little candles. Then we have a little stack of books. There's little pine cones. There's these little logs with books in them. And there's a little fern. we can look past that, and then we see larger items like the clock towers. And past that, we have this big forest with all these very big trees. But I wouldn't put any of these big trees at the front. You don't really have to. There's plenty of good book items we can see over. So keep that in mind for not just for this challenge, but for all challenges. Because once you really start to dial in that approach to composition, you'll be able to show more of what you're capable of. Because we'll be able to see more of your work as the scene progresses. So we can see past the foreground, we can see past the midground, and into the background. Now, some weeks, you know, you might do a scene that's more of like a path or a portal, which is more like this. So there will be times where this is ideal as well. But for this week, I would say it might be a good idea to focus more on some smaller bookish elements we can see over for your foreground, and reserve big trees like these for your background, and then things like the scholastic sycamore or fun bushes or villagers for your midground. But I do heavily advise keeping your foreground elements small, unless you're using them to create like a frame. Like some people use these forest archways to make like a frame around their scene, which is fine. But yeah, overall, I think you've done a great job of opening the scene up so we can see it a bit better. But still definitely some room to grow in terms of layering and, you know, really building up the composition and showcasing the theme without isolating the voter's view of your setting. The reason I recommend doing that is because you never know what you're going to pop up against. And if you do pop up against snaps that are employing these tactics that I'm referencing, like adding these layers, it's going to be very hard to compete, with a snap like this to a snap like this, because we can see into the entire frame. And again, that doesn't mean you have to build something with this many bells and whistles and like this much detail. I think I mentioned this yesterday, but you could always have your whole background closer, like we have in this scene. We can still see into the entire scene. It's just that the background is much closer. So on weeks where you have less time, like for this snap, I only spent 30 minutes on it, but it still got rank 112 or something. I just didn't have a lot of time to build way back, so I brought the background to me. But I still have foreground elements you can see over. I still have midground elements you can see over. And I still have a background. So on weeks where you don't have a lot of time, you can condense all of these layers into a very small scene. But on weeks where you do have ample time, you can have these layers spread out further for more depth of field and a grander view into this display. Saturday Girl. First snap is a snap. First review. And second is you revise adding the hanging layers to the dark spot, changing the angle of my avatar, and possibly adding Cogsworth to the footstool. I used lanterns in my first review, but since it was the first time using them for a snap, I didn't know where to place them. They are hidden behind the camera in both versions. You can see another one in the top left corner of the first version. I'm also using third camera mode instead of the crouch method. Not sure the difference it makes. Only thing I wish I had done with my revised snap is have the open book more in front to cover the awkward dress, and had Lumiere a little closer. So yeah, it makes a really big difference versus free mode versus the... Let me show you. I'll take two photos. So here's one. We just saved that one. Now we'll do the same thing in free mode. So free mode, if you're not sure of the difference it makes, it has a downward angle view. You won't see into the scene as well. So free mode always looks down. The angle is like this. Now, that's getting updated tomorrow, and that's likely going to change. But we're going to save this one as well. And I'm going to show you the difference between the two. So this is free mode. If you're going to be close to the avatar, you can't see any higher than this. This is portrait mode. So we can see the camera is not looking at a downward angle. It is looking straight. That's the difference. So you can have a lot more detail. That's why so many people are using the camera trick. Because there are huge drawbacks to free mode. Free mode works best when you're at a point of elevation. So for the bridge shots, or if you're up on a hill, anywhere where you're on elevation, since it looks at a downward angle, it's going to be a good option. But when you have, your scene set up, you're going to see more. You're going to see further into the scene. You're going to see more of the environment. And you're going to have a straight shot where the ground is, going straight forward rather than kind of coming up like this. So that's the first thing. But with the update tomorrow, they're actually fixing that. They said they're going to set up the free mode to where you have more control over it. Unfortunately, right now, no matter what you do, you can't get the free mode to be straight, like straightforward. It's always going to look at a downward angle. Even here at its lowest, the only way I could see my fireflies would be to zoom out to like here. Or my lanterns. Alright. Now that we've explained that, now, you also mentioned your hanging lanterns were behind your camera in both versions. That's not quite what I was talking about. I was talking about bringing them back here, which you did in your second version. We're focused on the dark spots. That's kind of where these lanterns are going to be the most useful. Having them in the front is great, but this could also be done with sunlight. If you have the sun behind the camera, so that also works. I like having them behind the camera, but I'm also going to use them within the shot as well. So that was the main thing we were suggesting with that. Now you did add in Cogsworth as well, which is nice. And you do have a much better angle on the avatar here. The other thing with let me give you another big benefit of portrait mode versus free mode. You could actually get a lot closer to the avatar and not have to have... So, the thing with free mode, the closer you get to the avatar, the less of the background you're going to see. So let's say in this shot here, you wanted to zoom in even more on the avatar. Well, it would just cut off the rest of the scene. So if you got right on the avatar, now you don't see Belle's head. And now you don't see any of this at the top, because that's how free mode works. The closer you get, the more you cut off from up here. Whereas in portrait mode, you can just move your avatar closer to the camera. So let's say in my portrait mode shot, I'm right here. And I'm like, man, we'll use this pose. I really wish I was closer. Well, if this is free mode, I would have to zoom in and we would no longer see the clock tower tops. We would no longer see the fireflies. I would have no choice but to zoom in. But in portrait mode, you can just walk up to whatever's pushing your camera forward. And I can get the exact same angle I had before without changing anything. I can see the exact same amount of the clock towers. So that's the thing about portrait mode, is you can adjust how big the avatar is, how close the avatar is, without having to rely on zooming in and cutting off more of the photo. That's why so many people are using this route and so few people are using the free mode for this. Now, starting tomorrow, there's a good chance free mode is the new meta, but it's had some pretty big drawbacks for a long time, unfortunately. Now, you mentioned the only thing you wish you had done with the revised snap is had the open book more in front to cover the awkward dress angle. Let's see. I really wouldn't worry about that. I mean, you could always try a different outfit if you wanted to, because there are options where you're not going to deal with that. But overall, the avatar looks a lot better in the new shot. Though it would be nice to be even closer to them. The downside is, like we said, if you're using free mode, the only way to get closer to the avatar here is to zoom in even more, and you're just going to cut off more of the scene. That's the drawback. You could kind of walk down a little bit and move the book down and try it again, but free mode is tricky because you always have that downward angle. Overall, I mean, it's a good improvement, but it doesn't look like you've readjusted the foreground for the new framing either. So you see how in yesterday's shot, you have your moss here, you have your pine cone right here, and then you have this rock here. You filled out your corners. In the new shot, you fixed the avatar pose, but you're not at the exact same angle, and you didn't bring your foreground elements down. So you have the foreground element filled out much better here. So when you go to make the changes that we're recommending, you want to avoid adding new issues, right? So that's kind of what we have here. We had a really good foreground with the glowing moss, the pine cone, and this rock. We have these books coming right into the foreground. We have these candles coming right into the foreground. But we don't have the most flattering angle of the avatar. But we don't want to change any of this. We don't want to sacrifice any of this. We also could definitely use more light in the back. This is where we were talking about the hanging lanterns. You don't really need any at the front. You already got good light up here. So it's back here we were focused on. Now, you did great with adding the lanterns in. We got these beautiful pockets of light back here. It makes the whole snap more vibrant. But now our bottom right-hand corner is empty, and these items don't come down to the base anymore. So I would go for the same shot here, and if you're worried about the angle with the open dress, you could always try a different outfit. There's dresses that go all the way down to the ankles, like that look really good for this challenge. There's plenty of different, but I don't think this is too big of a deal. What I would be focused on more would be your foreground. It was very good yesterday. The way the pine cone comes up into it, the way you have these rocks here, the way you have the glowing moss here, all, the foreground of the photo is very lush and full. And you made the positive changes we discussed, but you didn't get that same foreground element you had yesterday. What I recommend for everybody is when you're incorporating the changes, you take the photo you had that you're trying to improve, you save it on your phone, and you look at it while you're building your new scene. If you see that you've added the new recommendations, but you've lost some previous strengths, you gotta try to add them back in. Or you could end up with a photo that's sometimes not as strong as the first. I do think this one's a little stronger, but I would definitely address the foreground here. And again, if you're worried about the, the dress, I wouldn't just put the book in front of you. I would just consider, a different style outfit. Because there's plenty of good outfits in the game. There's like thousands of opportunities when it comes to designing your avatar. Becca is next. Belle finally got her book visible for me. First pick is the first review version. 2 additional attached are new. Was trying to get good lighting and vibrancy. Recommendations were to add diverse trees for better depth and dimension to the forest. Add item to fill bare spaces behind my avatar. Add a rug and candle. Had to resituate some items. I added different trees to the forest and bush behind my avatar. I'm not sure if the trees I placed are the way as described. Added a rug, candle along with the owl in the background, 2 updated versions. All right. So this is yesterday's. Oh yeah, great job. Wonderful improvements. Very nice. So yesterday, we can kind of see through the snap here, which we discussed. There's a big opening in the back behind the avatar's head. Already had a really good angle here yesterday. This is, kind of the approach we were recommending. How they were looking down the bridge of the nose. Not the most flattering position on the avatar. So she looks a lot better today. This one we already had a really good shot of the avatar. This side profile, it looks really nice. But with the long dress, you're not going to deal with that, with the awkward issue. Now, in your new snap, you did get Belle opening the book. Very nice. My advice when you run into issues like that, Becca, is just usually restart the game. I don't know. I do that all the time. Dreamlight Valley is so buggy, and anytime a character's not operating properly, returning to the main menu and then reloading fixes my issues 9 times out of 10. But yeah, massive improvements here. The fact that you've diversified the forest this much. You have some great trees back here. We have a little jungle tree. We have the willow here covering this area. We could see through. Nice little bush in the back. Really adding to that natural forest feel. Now, one thing I would consider here is you do have this really pretty little flower right here. I would rotate this towards the camera. That way we can see that beautiful flower petal. Instead of the back of it here. I mean, the back of it's pretty too, but the front of them is really nice. I know this side allows you to see like the inside of the books a bit, but you'll get the beauty factor out of that even more. Love the owl, Belle opening the book, Aurora, everything's looking really good here. And then in this final option, let's see, between these two, which one? This one, the camera is a tiny bit higher up. Which I kind of like, actually. In the third one, with the camera slightly higher, your candles come all the way down to the foreground, which is really nice. I also really like that you use the birdhouse tree here. That's a really nice touch. Yeah, overall, very solid improvements, Becca. This is a much, much more competitive snap. You did fantastic with the advice. And I'm looking forward to seeing more of your snap work. This is great. This is great. Keep it up. Well done. Claudia is next. Claudia said, thank you for the advice yesterday, Senpai. I really appreciate it. The first photo is from the first review yesterday. Today, I made 2 different versions. At first, I tried the fox pose, but I struggled to get the close-up with the crystal tree. I don't have the Vizier Zakami table yet. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, it's... Thankfully, next week, Claudia, we shouldn't have to worry about it. They're making changes to the free mode, so I think starting next week, we'll no longer need items to push the camera up. Thank goodness. So instead, I made a pose where my character looks like she is reading or telling a story from the book in front of her to other characters. Very clever. You advised me yesterday to create more of a Nook feeling in your favorite book and to change the tulips for the items that fit the theme best. Unfortunately, I don't have any of the items that fit the nature and book theme, such as the log with the books inside, and I don't have the... Oh, hi.
Hi.
Hey, buddy. You got a little hoardy. And I don't have Storybook Veil, so I hope the 2 new versions fit the theme and are a bit more competitive. I think I prefer the first one of the 2 with Belle and Anna in the center on each side. All right, let's see. So this was yesterday's. And as we discussed, Claudia is already doing very well in her Dream Snaps. Here, take this so he doesn't try to start licking it. He's eyeballing it.
He nuzzled mine.
Huh?
He nuzzled mine.
Did he?
Tell Ashley
He might follow you. He's interested in it.
Tell Ashley I said thank you.
Ashley Jordan said thank you for the mocha. So this was yesterday's. Claudia is already doing very well with her Dream Snaps. She's been getting 4K very regularly, but wants to keep, wants to avoid those 2500 snaps and stay in that 4K range. And when it comes to that, my advice kind of changes because now we're getting into, the very competitive territory of like keeping a long streak. So, sorry, my cat is right in front of my green screen here. So the main thing we were discussing with Claudia is the best way to stay very competitive and keep those 4K streaks running as long as possible. We reviewed some of the other 4K players that have been on a very long streak, like Beyblade, who's, plus 6 months, and some of the other submissions from people that are very, very consistent. Because Claudia already very clearly has a good eye for making snaps. She's got good lighting, great vivid colors, great villager presence. So, Hordy, if you're not going to be good, you're going to have to leave, buddy. I do not want to be here till 10 o'clock because you're being a bad boy. Come here. He's just patting stuff around on my desk. He doesn't want to lay down. I'll be done as soon as possible, buddy. What a little menace. All right. So the advice I gave Claudia here was, when it comes to staying in the 4K range, one thing that works for me and many of the other people that are very consistently staying in 4K is not only just doing the theme, but kind of going out of your way to just blast the theme into the photo, where like almost every choice you're making, the pose, the villagers, the decor, the setting, everything ties into the theme. Everything is intentional. Because this player clearly has already mastered lighting. They've already mastered getting good saturation. They know how to make a vivid photo. They know how to get a good shot of the avatar. They already know all this stuff. So, how do we improve from there? And really, the only thing that I see that we could do even better is just really hammer out the theme and make everything super intentional with the theme. Now, they've altered their pose. The skunk pose is cute, but there are poses we can do that play up the theme, and I think you did a fantastic job with the advice. I love this approach you took, instead of going with, since you didn't want to go with the seated poses, you put a book right in front of you, and you position yourself here with the B pose, as if you're reading from the book. This is super clever. So very, very smart there. Now, not having Storybook Veil, you won't have some of those very good nature-y book items, of course, like we mentioned. And there are some good ones. And that is unfortunate because those items are going to be really good for item diversity this week. So if you do have a lot of books in the foreground, having items that have that nature feel and bookish feel would be great. But you got to work with what you have. And you got to do the best with what you have. So we have 2 options. There's the one we have here, and then we have one here. Now, I think you said you like the first one of the 2 the most, where you have Belle here and Anna here. They're both beautiful shots. But what I really like about this one here is actually this left-hand corner. I really like the pixie dust here and the, you know, the beautiful butterfly and lady. But I would agree that Belle's eyes being up towards the camera, looking back behind you, and Anna pointing at the camera, this is really fun. It really looks like a candid photo. You know, it feels like a movie scene, which is really nice. And the beauty factor here is very strong. I mean, it was in the first one. So I think when it comes to making a beautiful snap, that's why you get 4K so much. You know, it's very, very clear to me that you know how to make a snap beautiful. And that's a big part of getting 4K. So I think you have a great shot at 4K this week. Could the shot be even better, you know, with some of these items that combine both nature and the bookish sense? Yeah, you know, for sure. That's why it's good to have as many items as possible, because you can always be even more flexible. You never know what the dynamic of a theme is going to be. But with that said, you've done very, very well with what you have. You know, I think, again, using this memory here with the, you know, writing on the page, very clever. You really got creative with the pose here. I actually love that you've kind of pivoted into a foreground that really embraces the theme. And hopefully you like that too. Hopefully you feel that way as well. The original foreground had a great beauty factor, and you had plenty to play with the theme. But pivoting into this new direction where you still made the foreground very beautiful, but also made it co-related to the theme, like directly, you know, with the book Nook being featured here, I think was a great play. Honestly, you will likely do very well with either one of these. They're both very strong. So pick whichever one resonates with you a bit more. I do love the butterflies in this one. Like, you get a great butterfly here at the top. You get a great one between Belle and Snow White. You get a great one down here in the corner. But this one is equally strong. But yeah, wonderful work. Looking forward to seeing more of your snaps, Claudia. Like I said, you definitely got a good talent for them. I'm trying to think if there's anything not from SPV that you can use. But I think most of the things that really combine nature and books are those landscaping items from SPV. But you don't have to have those. I mean, you do have the clock tower right here, which does it. You know, so you do have those elements, you know, pretty close up in your scene. And you have the pergola back here, too. Wait. I thought the pergola was from Storybook Vale. I guess not. I guess they added it to the base game. I didn't know that. I assumed you had the... I assumed you had Storybook Vale because you had the pergola. Either way, beautiful work, Claudia. Well done, well done. All right. Next up, we got Sim Lily. Yesterday's submission. Your suggestions were add trees of other colors, some yellow and red. Position the characters closer to the camera. Pushing the camera lower, a little difficult to do. Yeah, it's a little tricky. It's a little tricky, Sim Lily, I know. But with the next update, hopefully you will never have to worry about that again, because they're changing... they are going to be changing the free camera mode to make it... They said you can always capture the perfect shot with it. We'll see about that, but I'm hoping it has full range of movement. So we'll see. I changed my character's outfit, but I'm not sure about my choice. Okay, well, we got your old one, and then now we got your new one here. It might be a little bit too bright. I actually like the new outfit. But I'm worried. You know, we want to add in a little bit of yellow. Is this the same? Wait, I know how to tell. So, unfortunately, Simlily, I think it would be better to stick with your original snap here. The brightness level, I think, on this one might be too much. And it's not just the change of the color in the trees, but even the light on the grass is different. So sometimes when you make a new submission following a review, you'll end up with some things being a bit different. Like sometimes it's hard to get the camera sliders exactly where they were, and to have that same exact lighting you had the previous day. I'll kind of show you what I mean, because we're not going to look at the trees, we're going to look at the ground. So this is yesterday's coloration. So in yesterday's submission, you had this nice, deep, reds, oranges, and yellows, like, in the ground here. But for whatever reason, in today's submission, everything is pale. You know, it's all whitewashed. Now, I don't know if you touch the brightness slider, but I recommend never using that. If you want to make a Dreamsnap brighter, you can use the highlight slider. And you really don't need to use it. You had really good, light already. So you didn't really need to use brightness or highlight here. But I would caution you here because, when you start brightening up a photo to where the colors get whitewashed like this and everything turns more pale, you lose that vivid nature that performs very well with voters. And you had that in your first one. Now, what might have happened here is if you did use brightness, the reason I avoid brightness is that it actually, instead of just adding additional light, it also whitens the photo as you go up with it. Whereas with highlight, it strengthens the natural colors you already have. So if we were to use highlight here, it won't get quite as whitewashed, even at max. This is max highlight, and this is max brightness. So pretty distinct difference between the two. But yeah, I do think your original's the safer option here, similarly. And it wasn't a bad snap by any stretch, so I think it's still a good candidate for 4K. But that's why we always keep the original, because you can go back to it. But in the new snap, with how bright it is, even with like the clock tower, if we look at the colors here, notice how on yesterday's clock tower, we have these like rich, kind of dark brown wood notes. The top looks reddish. The top in this one is almost like a pale pink. And the wood notes are also quite pale here. I think the colors in your first snap are going to be better at pulling in voters, whereas the colors in the second snap may be a bit too pale or whitewashed to win as frequently as I believe this could. Though you do have Belle in a better place. And I do like that you've added more colors to the tree lines. So if you could re-snap, and I also love the raccoon. I like your new outfit. And I like the fox. But lighting and color are so important that none of those things are worth giving up on this one for. Now, if you could get the same, rich color that you have here in this scene with these elements where Belle's closer, then I definitely think this would be the better candidate. But you'd have to figure out what settings you had yesterday to have these nice, rich reds at the base of your shot. You don't want these things turning pale. But for now, like I said, you still have your original photo to fall back on. It's still a good photo. So, you know, you can always play with this tonight. But keep this one pulled up on your phone as you make changes. And try to make sure you get your settings adjusted to where you have the same kind of coloration here. We do want to diversify the colors in the backdrop a little bit, but you don't need to go too far with it. Just, you know, 1 or 2 little yellow trees mixed in there is more than enough. Like I know for mine here, if we look at, you know, the back of my forest, I have these bright orange trees, I have these red trees, and I have these yellow trees. It's like a nice blend of different colors here in the back. And we don't have much yellow, you know. There's a little pocket of yellow right here, a little pocket of yellow over here. Both sides, it's like a deep orange. And then we have some red and orange at the top. So we have like a nice little blend of colors. But yeah, I would say the first one's probably the safer option here. And I think that was our final re-review. So tune it back into chat here. Very nice, very nice. Great job, everybody. Great job. Claudia said, yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Yeah, it is base game. I got Bookish Orange Pergola in a red chest. Oh, you can get them from the red chest, huh? Well, that's cool. That's cool. I always assumed it was one of those bind things. I got both of mine from the Bind Screwed shop. And it says, I'll watch while I eat dinner. Nice. Enjoy dinner. Chewbecca said, yay, glad it's improved. Should I rotate both book flowers? Oh, yeah. If you have a second one that's also facing away, I would. They're really pretty to angle towards the camera for sure. Like I have one right here in mine that's angled towards the camera. But yeah, they look really good. They're very pretty little flowers. So if you can angle them towards the camera, I'd say go for it. Willow said, when I saw mine on your screen, I thought it looked too bright. Ash said, all done. Let's go. Yippee. All right. Well, we finished in pretty good time today. That wasn't too bad. It's only 8 o'clock. That means I can, and I'm done with my snap too, you guys. I'm done with my snap. Also, since there's not a lot of people here, I can actually show you my finished snap. And even if people watch this video back, I really doubt they're going to watch like the entire 5 hours all the way to the end. So I don't like a bunch of people seeing my snap. But I finished this last night in preparation of the update because I wanted to be done. But this was my final product. I actually had an owl fly in. And I added that Peter Pan ship motif right to the center for these extra gold sparkles around my gold sparkles, which I thought was really fun. I got Merlin waving his little cane or staff here with the swirling papers. I got a great little shot of Belle. And I got the footstool dog arching like a little puppy right here, which was fun. It was annoying to get everything put together. Yeah, the purple owl just kind of flew into it, Glitter. I didn't plan for the purple owl to be here. I actually would have preferred like maybe the brown or white owl or something, but I don't mind the purple one. He flew into it and I was like, oh, okay. Hello. But I had several different versions of this. If you want to know how I got this cool glitter effect at the top, I can show you guys that real quick. You get a little bonus tip for being here till the end. A lot of people, can't stay that long. So since you guys stuck around, I'll give you a little bonus tip. Let me set up my snap the same way. We're going to go down here. We're going to get on the ground. We're going to just do our little pose here. We're going to roll the time back by 1. Okay. And we're going to hide my companions and snap a quick little photo here. Okay. So we have all these fireflies, and I also, I got them all centered between the clocks, which was kind of hard because they kept on going over to the edges. But I was able to get them all here. And once you snap your photo, you go to your motif options, and there's this Peter Pan ship. If you maximize its size, and you flip it to where this gold ring is at the bottom, you can kind of move it out of your scene. And you have just the gold ring kind of barely coming in at the top. And it looks like a heavy concentration of fireflies, like right in the middle of your photo. Which is pretty neat. So that's how I did that little trick. A little bonus trick. And keep in mind, you can do this with a lot of motifs. We talked about this quite a bit with the... I'm not the biggest fan of, like, the regular motifs being in my image. Like, you know, if I were to put, like, a little owl here, like, it's cute and it's fun, but it just looks like a sticker. I'd much rather have an owl flying in the shot. I'm not saying you can't add them. They can be really fun and very cleverly used in a lot of snaps. Like, I actually really liked a lot of people using the Stitch reading a book in their scenes, and a lot of people made it look good. So those can be really fun. But one of my favorite ways to use motifs is to add, like, extra sparkle effects to my snap. Like, for example, you can take this item here that has these little yellow sparkles, and I can flip it upside down. And... Oops. You know what? And then I can move it down, and I can have this little sparkle, you know, at the base of my shot. Just this little tiny sparkle coming up. You can put it, like, right in the corner as a little corner effect. There's all kinds of neat things you can do. And if you, like, look through the motifs, there's a bunch of motifs that have, like, fun little features on them. Like Tinkerbell here. She's got these little white sparkles that look really good as stars. If you put her wand, like, if you have an open sky, you can kind of stick her... You gotta watch out for her wing, though. It's very pointy. We'll have to do it more like this. You can have these little sparkles coming into your shot here. Like in the night sky, that could be super fun. But yeah, pulling your motifs kind of out of frame and just using, like, a little portion of them can be a really cool way to use motifs sometimes. It's a fun and creative way to add some additional details to your snap if you're ever, you know, looking for that. I'm hoping in the next update they give us even more realistic motifs, because I love things like this that can, like, actually look like a real item. Or, you know, the fact that you can take this and, like, throw it on, like, a little candle somewhere or on a little lantern, or use it as a sun. I really love that. And then with the... Oh, I really like this one too. This motif here has really good sparkles. These little white sparkles. So these can be super fun. You know, you can have these little sparkles down here. But yeah, it's a fun way to use them. Yeah, I've seen the new motif challenge where we're going to be finding more motifs. So hopefully, but all the ones I've seen so far are, like, kind of like the normal motifs where they just look really cartoony. I like the super realistic looking motifs that look like they're kind of part of a real image. So my favorite motifs to use would be... Whoops, didn't mean to grab that one. Like this. The fact that you can have this swirl around something. Like, it really looks like it's going around her waist. Like, that's so cool. So this is one of my favorites. And then I really like this one. So something really fun you can do with that green one for, like, a magic or, like, potion brewing kind of thing would be if you take, like, a squirrel. I think that's pretty cool. You can do some pretty neat things with that. Yeah, the new items are pretty nice. We'll use that code right when we get started. I mean, that can even work too. But all right. that'll be it, you guys. That'll be it. We're gonna hop off of here because I'm gonna get some rest before the update. I'll be live earlier tomorrow, of course. So with the update days, I always go live right before the update releases. Sometimes like right when the update releases. If I get up early enough, I'll be live at like 8:45, and we'll just wait for the update to post, and then we'll download it and dive in. Typically on the update day stream, the agenda is we unlock the new character first. We go to the new realm. The very first thing we do is we look at the premium shop. I grab my moonstones from whatever the Dreamsnap results are. Hopefully I get 4K tomorrow. You never know. Depends on what I popped up against. I didn't include any big bodies of water in my snap, but I'm hoping I had enough beachiness to make up for that. I have seen some really good snaps out there, though. I've seen some really cool shots of people, like, surfing. So there's definitely some snaps out there that can give me a hard time if I pop up against them. So hopefully everything goes well and I get my usual results. We'll see. I think if I had more time, I could have done things a bit differently, but I did not. I did not have that much time. I didn't start working on my snap really until Tuesday night, as I had dedicated pretty much my entire week on working on the snap reviews and going over everything. So we'll see. Hopefully it goes over well, though. I think I did make it very magical. I think it's a good submission. I think it has a good chance. I think some of the submissions I reviewed are definitely better. So hopefully I don't pop up against them. But it turned out pretty good. I think we got a very beautiful avatar. I got Max, I got Ariel, I got Moana, and I got Stitch on the bench, which was really fun. And I used 2 motifs in the corner here. We got a nice little Aurora. And we got some nice little bubbles. The sad thing is, I actually had a better one than this. But I thought I had that one submitted, and I didn't. Because I had one where it was a bit more clear in this corner with, like, no clouds. And I had the bubbles actually going all the way up to the top. And I had Max in a better spot. But it turns out that's not the one I submitted. So that's what I get for doing my Dreamsnap at 2 a.m. But it's all right, I think it can do well. It feels very magical. I think it did well to capture the bliss. So we'll see. Yeah, the outfit's really nice, Scuttle. Hopefully it comes back around. Vortex said, great stream, and so many marked improvements. Nicely done, everyone. Yeah, we saw some wonderful takes on the advice received this week. We had a lot of snaps that had some very notable improvements. So hopefully, and that's why I like doing these streams. My favorite thing about Wednesdays is seeing everybody's results, but since it's update day, I probably won't. Well, we'll probably make my Facebook post while I'm live so people can share their snap results. But there's always so much to do on update day. Sometimes on update day, I actually make my snap post on Thursdays the following day. And then also on update week, sometimes my Dreamsnap tip guide doesn't come out until Friday because I think I'm losing my voice. Because sometimes on following update day, I have to make videos about the update, about some important things. So I know last update day, I think I dropped my video on Friday instead of Thursday. And I might have to do that this week as well because it's hard for me to find time to work on the new Dreamsnap builds, which I usually work on them on Wednesday for the guide on Thursday. But on update day, I get the new characters and I try to finish the star path. So that's usually the agenda. But we'll see. Maybe we can speedrun it super fast this time. Kearney said I'll try to be up at 6 a.m. Yeah, we'll see. Oh my god, Scuttle. I've done that as well. Deleting a snap, especially from... What's really annoying with the way they set this up is the same button to submit your snap in camera mode deletes your snap in the gallery. And I was tired, and I was going to submit, and I just hit left trigger because that's how you submit on camera mode. And I didn't read the message, and I said yes, and I deleted my snap. So I wish they would change the button, you know, just because if I'm sleepy, it's way too... At least they ask you if you're sure you want to delete it, so it's still on me. But it would be nice if it was a different button. Scott said that's exactly what got me. I was rushing into the same thing. Yeah. Yeah. If it, you know, I think it should be left trigger to submit and right trigger to delete because it's left trigger to submit in the camera mode as well. I think that would be a better way to set it up. Xanon said goodnight. Thank you so much, Senpai. You're welcome, my friend. You're welcome. But yeah, we'll grind out the new Star Path tomorrow. We'll get the new characters. We'll take a look at all the new items. Probably pick up the new Moonstone bundle. And just have a fun update day. Very excited to check out the Hercules realm. Should be a lot of fun. Yeah, always excited for the update day. All right, you guys. I'm going to skedaddle. So, oh, wait. We got to vote on 2 snaps before I leave. I got to get my 50 Moonstones. I'm missing 2. Oh, yeah, we're getting unlimited skips. Heck yeah. I mean, I really can't be here much longer, so I'm not going to do a bunch of skips. I'll give a vote to this person. This is really pretty, too. But the lighting and color is pretty nice here. I'm going to skip here. I think I'm going to skip here. Oh, here we go. This deserves a vote. Well done. Very magical. Look at all those bubbles. Look at that rainbow. Look at that beautiful light up here. They boosted their character lighting because they don't have sun hitting the scene because the sun's off to the right, but they adjusted their character lighting. Cute little bee pose. Little Stitch motif. Beautiful rainbow. Very magical. I like it. And if they keep popping up against stuff like this, they'll probably end up in rank 1. There we go. Okay, I got my Moonstones. Nice. All done. Okay, there we are. Okay. Well, good luck on your snap results, everybody. I remember when we were reviewing the Beachy Bliss submissions, I saw so many incredible, magical, beautiful snaps. So I have no doubt that most of you guys will be getting 4K during tomorrow's update. And hopefully I'll be right there with you. We shall see. And yeah, should be a lot of fun. Hercules, dude. Hercules. All right. As always, my friends, stay safe, stay awesome, stay healthy. Get some good rest tonight. We'll be up and at 'em early tomorrow. Have a wonderful evening. See you on the stream tomorrow. Ta-ta for now. Good night.